Chapter 2779. Chapter 2779. The Cause of the Destruction of the World. Chapter 2779. The Cause of the Destruction of the World. Although the Heavenly Eye army had left, there was no salvation for the Seven Stars Sword World. There were only a few thousand cultivator disciples left in the Seven Stars Sword World, and there were no immortal king experts among them. Only 7 perfected immortals survived. Under Su Zimo's treatment, Meng Hao had already woken up, and his injuries were gradually improving with a hint of rosiness on his face. "Thank you for saving us, seniors of the Sword World." When Meng Hao and the others woke up, they bowed to Su Zimo and the others immediately. However, most of the surviving cultivators had yet to recover. They looked at the corpses around them with listless eyes and numb expressions. This was a huge blow to them. Su Zimo looked at Meng Hao and asked, "What happened? Why did the Heavenly Eye race come?" Previously, King Cold-Eye had mentioned it briefly, but he did not elaborate. No one in the Sword World knew the reason for this calamity. Meng Hao was silent for a moment before saying slowly, "Senior Brother Li Xian was chased by a Heavenly Eye perfected spirit in the evil fiend battlefield. He was forced to counterattack and blinded the Heavenly Eye perfected spirit. Under normal circumstances, after cultivating to the perfected immortal realm, one could recover using their dermic powers even if their bodies were shattered. However, it was different for the Heavenly Eye. The Heavenly Eye was the strongest part of the Heavenly Eye race. Once it was injured through divine powers, it was difficult to recover." "Humph." Gong Suinyu harumphed coldly. He failed to kill his target, so he could only blame his lack of skills that his Heavenly Eye was blinded. "If it was me, I would have killed him rather than just blinding him." Meng Hao glanced at Gong Suinyu and opened his mouth slightly. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he merely sighed softly. As a perfected immortal of the Sword World, Gong Suinyu naturally had the backing to be able to say that. As for Senior Brother Li Xian, he was only a perfected immortal of the Seven Stars Sword World. How could he dare to offend a living being of the Heavenly Eye race? Even when he blinded the Heavenly Eye perfected spirit, it was because he had no other choice. Lu Yun frowned. Fights in the evil fiend battlefield are between perfected spirits of the same cultivation realm. Even if they die within, they can't blame others, let alone being injured. The Heavenly Eye world led an army to slaughter a world of living beings just because a single Heavenly Eye perfected spirit was blinded. Meng Hao said, "That Heavenly Eye perfected spirit was the youngest son of King Cold-Eye. That explains everything." Yu Lan and the others exchanged glances and murmured softly. Meng Hao continued. Senior Brother Li Xian knew that he had caused a huge calamity and returned to the Seven Stars Sword World immediately to report this matter to Master. At the same time, King Cold-Eye sent a letter to Master asking him to hand over Senior Brother Li Xian. The Master Meng Hao was referring to was the World Lord of the Seven Stars Sword World, King South Valley. Master knows that Senior Brother Li Xian is not to blame for this, but he also knows that King Cold-Eye will definitely not let the matter rest. Therefore, he arranged for Senior Brother Li Xian to escape secretly and sent a message to the major worlds for help. Lu Yin, Yu Lan, and the others exchanged glances and nodded to themselves. King South Valley lived up to his reputation as a sword cultivator and was indeed responsible as a world lord. He did his best to protect his disciple instead of selling out the latter. If they were in his shoes, they would not be able to think of a better solution either. At that point, Meng Hao stopped. As though he had thought of something, his body trembled slightly and he panted heavily, as though he was about to suffocate. Su Zimo chanted a few Buddhist proclamations softly, helping Meng Hao's terrified mind to gradually calm down. Meng Hao took a deep breath and continued. "To think that King Cold-Eye would have arrived here long ago and sealed the Seven Stars Sword World. Not only did Senior Brother Li Xian die, Master's message could not be sent either." This action infuriated King Cold Eye. He sealed the 7-star sword world and wanted to kill half of the living beings here as punishment. At that point, Mang Hao could not continue. The remaining sword cultivators of the 7 stars sword world teared up in silence as well. Lu Yin and the others sighed with conflicted expressions. King South Valley was not even willing to hand over a single disciple. There was no way he would allow half of the living beings of the 7 stars sword world to be killed. Cultivators of the 7 stars sword world cultivated the sword Dao and would rather break than bend. They would definitely not wait for death. He would definitely have led his sword cultivators to resist and fight to the death. Even though there were only a few thousand people left in the end, Mang Hao and the others did not submit and fought against the living beings of the Heavenly Eye race with their last bit of strength. In the eyes of King Cold Eye, living beings of a lesser world like the 7 stars sword world were ants. How dare they deceive and resist him? In his rage, he ordered the destruction of the entire world. Even after destroying an entire world and slaughtering hundreds of millions of living beings, in the eyes of King Cold Eye and the others, they had merely stomped on some ants, and they could not take it to heart. Yulan sighed softly. King South Valley has always been known as a hero and was benevolent. To think that he would encounter such a calamity. Sigh. Lu Yin said coldly, King Cold Eye is way too cruel. He slaughtered a world's living beings just because his youngest son's skills were inferior, resulting in the blinding of his heavenly eye. Bai Tianqing said, King Cold Eye's actions are also equivalent to sending a strong signal to the other worlds. He's letting the other worlds feel fear towards the Heavenly Eye world, to warn the others not to provoke them easily. Yulan said, From what I know, there's a perfected spirit in the Heavenly Eye world who was born with the yin-yang eyes. He even comprehended a peerless divine power as well and has terrifying combat strength. He's probably in the top 5 of all the perfected spirits of the 10,000 races in the upper world. King Cold Eye has already guessed that we're heading to the blessed heaven world. If we encounter the Heavenly Eye race in the blessed heaven world, there will probably be additional trouble. Lu Yin had a grim expression. The Heavenly Eye world has more than one perfected spirit in this generation who comprehended a peerless divine power. Bai Tianqing said, The Heavenly Eye of the Heavenly Eye race allows their comprehension of divine powers to far surpass that of other races. In every generation, the Heavenly Eye race will at least give birth to a perfected spirit who has comprehended a peerless divine power. Are you guys implying that we should head back now? Feng Su frowned. We're already here. We're less than 3 days away from the blessed heaven world. Lu Yin, Yulan, and Bai Tianqing fell silent and hesitated. Feng Su said, Furthermore, we're heading to the blessed heaven world this time round for the Venus Black Goldstone. If we miss it, we don't know when we'll come across it again. Yulan said, There's nothing to worry about since fighting is prohibited in the blessed heaven world. However, if we want exchange for the Venus Black Goldstone, Xuanjin and the others have to enter the evil fiend battlefield. Yulan looked at Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong and the others with worried expressions. Lin Xuanjin said indifferently, Master, don't worry. If we encounter any danger in the evil fiend battlefield, we'll leave immediately. That's right. With the blessed heaven world badge, we can leave at any moment and there won't be any danger. Wang Dong added. Yulan pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, since we're already here, we should take a look at the blessed heaven world. It's best if we can exchange for the Venus Black Goldstone. If we can't, let's not force it either. Chapter 2780. Chapter 2780. A Way Out. Chapter 2780. A Way Out. Feng Su looked at the remaining thousands of sword cultivators of the 7 stars sword world and asked via voice transmission with a spirit consciousness, What about them? If everyone from the sword world left directly, there was a high chance that the Heavenly Eye army would return. Furthermore, The remaining cultivators of the Seven Stars Sword World were severely injured and could not protect themselves at all. Without the protection of the Seven Stars Sword World, even if the Heavenly Eye Army did not return, these sword cultivators would easily encounter other calamities. Lu Yun pondered for a moment before looking at Meng Hao and the other cultivators of the Seven Stars Sword World and asking in a deep voice, "The Seven Stars Sword World has already been destroyed. I wonder what your plans are from now on. Would you be willing to join the Sword World?" Meng Hao and the other perfected immortals exchanged glances and nodded after a moment of hesitation. If they were not taken in by the Sword World, they would be itinerant cultivators without identities. In the boundless starry skies, they were like rootless duckweed and could die at any moment. The boundless starry skies of the upper world were like dark forests and were filled with danger. Even if they encountered a group of bandits that were roaming everywhere, they would not be able to defend against them, given their current strength. "Thank you for taking us in, Senior." Meng Hao and the other sword cultivators bowed one after another. Lu Yun nodded slightly and looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away. "Brother Su, what do you think about letting them join your 9th Sword Peak?" There were not many disciples on the 9th Sword Peak, and there were only 2 perfected immortals. Lu Yun's actions could be considered as a favor to Su Zimo. "I'm fine with it, but I don't know if they're willing." Su Zimo looked at Meng Hao and the others. "My 9th Sword Peak has just been established, and its overall strength is not high. There are only 2 perfected immortals. I'm the Peak Master, and my cultivation realm is open to you guys as well." The 7 perfected immortals who survived in the Seven Stars Sword World had higher cultivation realms than Su Zimo. Among them, there were 3 Paradise Void perfected immortals. Meng Hao was one of them. Meng Hao waved his hand hurriedly. "Peak Master, you must be joking. We're already extremely grateful that the Sword World is willing to take us in. How can we not be willing?" "All right." Su Zimo nodded. "In that case, from now on, you guys will be disciples of Sword Burial Peak of the Sword World. Greetings, Peak Master." Meng Hao and the others endured the pain on their bodies and bowed. Lu Yin said, "That makes things easier. Since everyone is already part of the Sword World, we can head to the Blessed Heaven World together this time round." If Meng Hao and the others were to head back to the Sword World on their own, the journey would be long, and he did not know what might happen. It was the safest for them to follow along. Naturally, Meng Hao and the others had no objections. Apart from Meng Hao and some others, most of the thousands of cultivators had never been to the Blessed Heaven World and were curious about it. However, everyone was severely injured. Coupled with the calamity and the fact that they had just lost their home and family, they were a little down. Su Zimo and the others set off once more, entering the spatial tunnel and heading towards the Blessed Heaven World. The immortal boat was huge and could easily accommodate more than 1 million people. Meng Hao and the others recuperated quietly in the immortal boat, while Lu Yun, Yulan, and the others stood at the bow of the immortal boat, chatting nonchalantly. Su Zimo looked at the endless starry skies outside through the spatial tunnel in silence. The encounter in the Seven Stars Sword World made him lament. The image of the corpses floating in the blood river in the starry skies had a huge impact on him, and he could not forget it even now. Hundreds of millions of innocent living beings were wiped out just like that. To the living beings of the 10,000 races of the boundless upper world, no one cared about them at all. In fact, the destruction of the Seven Stars Sword World would not even cause any waves in the upper world. Chaos had already appeared in the upper world. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight in the Emperor's tomb had once told him to escape as soon as possible, far away from the center of the upper world and the Trichiliocosm. Actually, Su Zimo had long thought of a way out. In the Fiend domain, it was difficult for Tianhuang sect to fight against Fiend Emperor Apocalypse after his awakening. The background of Fiend Emperor Apocalypse, as well as the secrets he held, were unknown. Unless necessary, Su Zimo was unwilling to fight head-on. In the pure land of bliss, the influence of Heavenly Lord Six Brahma, who was Emperor Bo-Sun, was increasing. There was no place for him in the nine-firmament immortal domain either. There would definitely be a huge battle between the nine-firmament immortal domain, pure land of bliss, and fiend domain eventually. If he continued to stay in the heavenly world, he would be easily involved. The best way was to leave the heavenly world and head to a place far away from the center of the upper world and the starry skies where the war would be. He could just open up a pocket dimension somewhere else. At that place, there would be no difference between the living beings of the lower and upper worlds. The 10,000 races would coexist, and everyone would be equal. Su Zimo wanted to create a brand new world and establish a pure land. However, the encounter of the Seven Stars Sword World made him realize how treacherous and dangerous this path was going to be. Without absolute strength and confidence, even if such a world was established, it would be easily destroyed. You're still thinking about the Seven Stars Sword World. When Lu Yun saw that Su Zimo was troubled, he walked over and asked softly. Su Zimo nodded. Lu Yun sighed softly. Actually, events like what happened to the Seven Stars Sword World aren't rare in the upper world. Some worlds that produce special resources can be looted overnight, with countless lives lost in the flames of war. In some worlds, people who obtain some peerless treasure might attract a huge calamity and cause the world to be destroyed. Even super large worlds might not be spared if chaos truly arrives, let alone lesser worlds like the Seven Stars Sword World. Chaos catastrophe. Su Zimo murmured softly as though he had understood something. Lu Yun said, "You should know that the Sword World encountered a calamity after the Zenith Heaven era." Su Zimo nodded. When he headed to the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel to comprehend the Tao, Peak Master Yulan of Sever Sword Peak mentioned this to him. Lu Yun said, "Fortunately, the Sword World was preserved. After a few eras, it rose again and became a super large world. From what I know, some super large worlds in the past could no longer rise after they declined. Some were even completely destroyed and disappeared in the long river of time without leaving any traces." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. There had to be at least 10 Emperor experts for a world to be a super large world. However, not all super large worlds could defend against it and were completely destroyed. What sort of power or calamity were those? It was unknown if the destruction of those super large worlds had anything to do with the catastrophe of the Trichiliocosm or if it was due to any other reason. 5 days later, everyone from the Sword World finally arrived at their destination. Lu Yun steered the immortal boat and broke through the spatial tunnel, descending into the starry skies once more. He pointed in a direction and said in a deep voice, "That's the blessed heaven world." Everyone looked over and did not see any world. Lu Yun steered the immortal boat in a streak of light and continued in that direction. Before long, the immortal boat seemed to have collided with a water screen and slowed down, causing ripples to appear on the screen. Everyone from the Sword World felt as though they had suddenly entered another world from the starry skies outside. The scene before them suddenly changed completely. Chapter 2781. Chapter 2781. 10 Sin Grounds. Chapter 2781. 10 Sin Grounds. The blessed heaven world did not look big and was extremely empty. What greeted everyone's eyes was a gigantic island floating in the middle of the starry skies. The most eye-catching thing was that 10 thick and gigantic chains extended from the surroundings of the island and extended continuously, spanning half the starry skies. The end of the chains disappeared into the distant darkness. It was unknown what was on the other end. Every single chain was so thick that its circumference was around the size of 10 people hugging it. They were rusty and filled with scratch marks. Lu Yun looked at the lone island in the middle of the starry skies. That's Blessed Island. It's also the only area in the blessed heaven world where foreign cultivators can step foot. What are those chains? Su Zimo asked. What's connected to the other end of the chains? Lu Yun explained. Legend has it that the 10 blessed chains lead to the 10 sin grounds where many evil fiends and sin spirits are imprisoned. That area is a forbidden ground of the blessed heaven world, and no one can approach it. 10 sin grounds, evil fiends and sin spirits. Su Zimo frowned slightly and looked at the end of the 10 blessed chains in deep thought. Not only could one's gaze not penetrate the darkness on the other side, even if one's spirit consciousness extended over, it would disappear and they would not be able to detect anything. For some unknown reason, Su Zimo felt an inexplicable discomfort after arriving at the blessed heaven world. Everything around him was oppressive. After 5 days of recuperation, Meng Hao and the thousands of surviving cultivators of the 7 stars sword world were much better and could move around freely. Everyone walked out of the resting chamber in the immortal boat, one after another. They looked around curiously at the legendary blessed heaven world. Standing at the bow of the ship, Lu Yin looked at the many cultivators on the immortal boat and said in a deep voice, "This is the first time most of you are here in the blessed heaven world. There are some rules that I have to tell everyone. There's a powerful restriction power in the blessed heaven world. Apart from a specific region, no conflicts are allowed elsewhere. Otherwise, one will definitely be mercilessly killed by the restriction power in the blessed heaven world. You might not be able to sense it, but in the blessed heaven world, even immortal king experts like me can't even release grotto heavens. It's said that the worlds condensed by emperor experts will be suppressed after coming to the blessed heaven world." Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they heard that. Even emperor experts would be restricted in the blessed heaven world. Yulon added, therefore, don't take any chances. For example, don't get into conflicts here on Blessed Island. Lu Yun continued, the blessed heaven world is extremely special. No matter who you are or what race you are from, you can only stay for 10 days after entering the blessed heaven world. If you don't leave after 10 days, you will be killed by the blessed heaven world. After leaving, you can only enter the blessed heaven world 1,000 years later. Although everyone felt that this rule was a little strange, they could understand it. If not for that rule, countless living beings of the 10,000 races of the Trichiliocosm would have swarmed over and refused to leave. The entire blessed heaven world would not have been able to hold them. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, the specific area that Brother Lu mentioned earlier on is the evil fiend battlefield that you mentioned previously. On the way to the blessed heaven world, Lu Yun had mentioned the evil fiend battlefield. However, before he could explain in detail, they encountered the matter of the 7 stars sword world. Lu Yun nodded. That's right. You can only fight at will in the evil fiend battlefield. The entrance to the evil fiend battlefield is on Blessed Island. Apart from Lin Xuanjin and the others, this was the first time most of the cultivators had heard of the evil fiend battlefield, and they were puzzled. Lu Yin said, the evil fiend battlefield is similar to the ancient battlefield and belongs to a pocket dimension. The reason why it's called the evil fiend battlefield is because there are many evil fiends and sin spirits living inside. These evil fiends and sin spirits come from the 10 sin grounds. What exactly do the evil fiends and sin spirits refer to? Su Zimo had heard Lu Yin mention this term more than once. Lu Yin said, the evil fiends within refer to some special and powerful living beings who are cruel and inhumane, such as the Yuksha and Azura races. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Through the martial Tao Prime body, he learned that the living beings of the Ghost Tao were the legendary Yiksha race. The Ghost Tao and Medium Kiliocosm were 2 independent worlds with indestructible world barriers that could only be broken by Emperor experts. But now, the Yiksha race could appear in the Medium Kiliocosm and were known as evil fiends. The Azura race should be a unique living being nurtured from the Azura Tao. Living beings of the Ghost and Azura Das were referred to as evil fiends in the blessed heaven world. Unsurprisingly, the nether race of the Hell Tao should be a part of the blessed heaven world's evil fiends as well. Su Zimo asked in a deep voice, "What about sin spirits?" Lu Yun explained. It said that in the ancient era, there were living beings of some races who were bewitched by the evil fiends. They committed heinous sins, and these are their descendants. Yulan said, "Among these descendants of sin spirits, there are all kinds of races, and there are even many human cultivators. However, you have to remember that these are sin spirits and are no different from the evil fiends. When the time comes, there's no need to show mercy." Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others nodded. They seemed to have been to the evil fiend battlefield before and were no strangers to such things. Su Zimo frowned slightly in silence. In that case, the many evil fiends in the evil fiend battlefield should be the descendants of the Yuksha and Azura race from the ancient era. However, at the same time, another question surged in Su Zimo's heart. Since they're known as sin spirits, what sort of heinous sins did they commit back then? Su Zimo suddenly asked. Bai Tianqing said, "Those sin spirits were once bewitched by the evil fiends and became enemies with the living beings of the 10,000 races. They aided the tyrants and committed heinous sins." Su Zimo asked again, "But those were matters of the ancient era. The evil fiends and sin spirits right now are only their descendants. What do they have to do with the matters of the ancient era?" Yulan said, "Brother Su, you might not know this, but those evil fiends are ferocious by nature and are extremely hostile to living beings of the upper world. No matter how many generations it has been, their natures can't be changed." Su Zimo had a deep understanding of that. In the Hell world, when the living beings of Hell heard that he was from the upper world, most of them would feel immense hostility and killing intent. What about the sin spirits within? Su Zimo asked. They were born in this generation and have been separated by countless generations. They have nothing to do with the mistakes of their ancestors in the ancient era. Why should they suffer all of this? Lu Yun, Yulan, and the others were stunned for a moment. Someone committed a serious crime but was already punished. However, his descendants would still have to be implicated no matter how many generations or years passed. The descendants of these people bore the mark of sin the moment they were born and had to accept punishment, unable to make a comeback for generations to come. However, what did these descendants have to do with the sins of the past? A moment later, Yulan said hesitantly, "I believe the blood of sin flows in the bodies of these descendants of sin spirits as well." Although that was the case, Yulan's tone was uncertain. Lu Yun and the other peak masters fell into deep thought as well. Gong Suinyu looked at Su Zimo and smiled. "Peak master, you'll know when you enter the evil fiend battlefield. Even if you're benevolent inside, those evil fiends and sin spirits won't let us off. Each of those evil fiends and sin spirits is more ferocious and vicious than the other. In the evil fiend battlefield, there's only your survival or theirs. There's no other choice." Chapter 2782. Chapter 2782. Battle Merits. Chapter 2782. Battle Merits. Right. Su Zimo recalled something else and asked, "Brother Lu once said that exchanging for the Venus Black Gold Stone is related to the evil fiend battlefield. Why is that so?" Lu Yun smiled and explained, "There are all sorts of peerless treasures in the Blessed Pavilion. However, battle merits are required to exchange for the treasures inside." Battle merits. Su Zimo murmured softly. Lu Yin said, "Battle merits are similar to contribution points. You can understand them as a currency unique to the blessed heaven world and can only be used here. There's only one way to obtain battle merits: entering the evil fiend battlefield and killing the evil fiends and sin spirits inside." Yulan said at the side, "Most of the evil fiends and sin spirits in the evil fiend battlefield are at the perfected spirit realm, and there are no grotto heaven realm experts. Xu and Jin, Wang Dong, and the others killed evil fiends and sin spirits in the evil fiend battlefields, and have some battle merits. However, they still need a lot more to exchange for a treasure like the Venus Black Goldstone. Su Zimo was enlightened. It was no wonder why Lu Yun had once said that he did not need essence spirit stones or other unique treasures to exchange for the Venus Black Gold Stone in the Blessed Heaven World. In the Blessed Heaven World, battle merits were the only hard currency. As everyone conversed, the immortal boat had already arrived above Blessed Island. Su Zimo turned back and looked at the darkness in the distance of the Blessed Heaven World with a slight frown. Indeed, there were strange things everywhere in the Blessed Heaven World. Not only were there some special rules, but they also had their own unique trading rules. From a certain perspective, the Blessed Heaven World encouraged the living beings of the 10,000 races of the upper world to enter the evil fiend battlefield to fight and obtain battle merits. The evil fiends and sin spirits were enemies with the 10,000 races? Could that have anything to do with the chaos of the trichiliocosm? Su Zimo felt that there was a layer of fog behind this matter that prevented him from seeing the truth. Even what Lu Yun and the others said could be taken both ways. Everyone retreated from the immortal boat and descended slowly on Blessed Island. Although Blessed Island had a ban that every living being could only stay in the Blessed Heaven World for 10 days each 1,000 years, there was still a sea of people on Blessed Island, and it was extremely lively. There were way too many living beings of the 10,000 races in the trichiliocosm, and there was only a single Blessed Island. Su Zimo merely took a rough glance and saw at least 7 to 8 different races in the surroundings. Although they were in human form, their auras were extremely different from humans. Lu Yun said, "You can see living beings from various worlds in the Blessed Heaven World. The dozens of people there are from the Golden Crow World." Su Zimo followed Lu Yun's gaze and saw a group of perfected spirits at the Paradise Void Realm. The leader had a pale golden expression and was tall and thin. He looked cold, and his gaze was as sharp as an eagle. The so-called Golden Crow World was the world ruled by the 3D Golden Crow race. The Golden Crow race was one of the primordial 9 races of Tianhuang mainland. In the upper world, the Golden Crow World was also a super large world. Su Zimo swept his gaze and saw more than 10 cultivators passing by not far away with their heads held high. Although the cultivators were in human form, Su Zimo's essence spirit contained the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit, and he was extremely sensitive to the aura of the dragon race. He recognized the origin of the cultivators. Right away they were from the dragon world. The immortal king expert in the lead of the dragon world seemed to have sensed something and looked in the direction of everyone from the sword world. In the end, his gaze landed on Su Zimo with a hint of confusion in the depths of his eyes. Thereafter, he shook his head and left with everyone from the dragon world without stopping. Lu Yun, Yulan, and the others led thousands of sword cultivators in the direction of the Blessed Pavilion. Along the way, Su Zimo saw the divine phoenixes of the Parasol Tree World, the god race with golden hair and blue eyes of the light world, and the tall barbarian race from the barbarian world. Su Zimo had come into contact with these living beings in Tianhuang mainland before and was rather familiar with them. However, he had never seen most other races before. Thankfully, Lu Yun introduced them to him as they advanced, broadening his horizons. For example, the giant race being he came into contact with on the Dragon Abyss Star was from the giant world, a greater world. The worlds of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth worlds were all middle worlds. On the isolated island, perfected spirit paragons of the 10,000 races from various worlds were gathered. Even Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others no longer seemed as outstanding after arriving at Blessed Island. Right then, hundreds of women walked over from the side. All of them emitted a faint fragrance and were extremely charming with their own merits. All of the women possessed an immortal charm individually, and they attracted searing gazes everywhere they passed. Even Gong, Suinyu, Wang Dong, and the others stole a few glances in that direction. Those are cultivators of the flower world. Yulan smiled and said, "The flower world is a greater world, and most of them are women. The leader is Immortal Queen Yulan and can be considered an expert of the Grotto Heaven realm." Immortal Queen Yulan had an extraordinary demeanor and was like an orchid that stood out from the crowd. When she saw Lu Yun and the others, she cupped her hands and nodded with a smile as a form of greeting. Suddenly, Immortal Queen Yulan's beautiful eyes shifted and landed on Su Zimo. The green-robed man with refined features looked young, and his cultivation was only that of a celestial being, perfected immortal. However, he walked side by side with Lu Yin and the other immortal kings. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, Immortal Queen Yulan had an inexplicably favorable impression of this young man she had never met before. It was as though there was something special or aura about this person that made her feel a sense of intimacy involuntarily. Was it love at first sight? Immortal Queen Yulan snapped out her stupor the moment that thought passed through her mind. She chided herself gently. What's wrong with me? Why am I letting my imagination run wild? Others did not know what was happening. They merely saw Immortal Queen Yulan's beautiful eyes staring at Su Zimo without blinking. There seemed to be a faint blush on her face, making her exceptionally endearing. Lu Yin and the others were stunned when they saw that. Su Zimo was the only one who could roughly guess the reason why. Immortal Queen Yulan's true form should be an orchid, which was why she felt a sense of familiarity with his green lotus true body. "Fellow Taoist Yulan, are you acquainted with Brother Su?" Lu Yin coughed lightly and probed. At that moment, Immortal Queen Yulan had already returned to normal. She shook her head gently and said with a smile, "I'm not. May I know how I should address this young friend?" Lu Yun introduced. "This is Su Zhu, the peak master of the 9th sword peak of our sword world." "Oh!" Immortal Queen Yulan was slightly surprised. "That explains why he could stand shoulder to shoulder with you and the others, fellow Taoist Lu. In that case, I should treat him as an equal as well." Pausing for a moment, she looked at Su Zimo and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Su, if you have the chance to come to the flower world in the future, remember to look for me. I can bring you around the flower world." That was an extremely clear invitation. Bai Tianqing was envious and could not help but say, "Fair Yulan, why are you inviting Brother Su alone? What about us? We want to take a look at the flower world too." Immortal Queen Yulan smiled. "Sure thing. Everyone is welcome." "Useless." Yulan rolled her eyes at him. Lu Yun shook his head helplessly. "How can you be so shameless as to take the initiative to approach others when they didn't even invite you?" Everyone from the sword and flower worlds chuckled. The immortal kings chatted casually for a while more before bidding farewell. Before leaving, Immortal Queen Yulan took another deep look at Su Zimo before turning to leave with a hint of doubt. Chapter 2783. Chapter 2783. Blessed Heaven World Badge. Chapter 2783. Blessed Heaven World Badge. The Blessed Pavilion was in the center of Blessed Island and was also the tallest and largest building on the island. It was extremely conspicuous. Everyone from the sword world headed towards the Blessed Pavilion and encountered at least hundreds of living beings of the 10,000 races along the way. Most cultivators and living beings from other worlds would show some respect when they encountered everyone from the sword world. Even for some living beings from other super large worlds, they would exchange pleasantries with Lu Yin and the others when they met. However, Su Zimo's group numbered in the thousands and naturally attracted many discussions. Why are there so many people from the sword world? They even brought a group of earth and heaven immortals with them? The clothes of those people are different from the sword world. They seem to be from the 7 stars sword world. Oh, right. I heard that the 7 stars sword world was destroyed a few days ago. Hundreds of millions of living beings were slaughtered by the Heavenly Eye world, and it was reduced to ruins. This group of people are probably the only remaining cultivators of the 7 stars sword world who were taken in by the sword world. Many cultivators and living beings guessed the general situation with a few words. Before long, everyone from the sword world arrived before the blessed pavilion. Lu Yin said, "Every perfected spirit can obtain a personal identity badge in the blessed pavilion. Leave a spirit consciousness imprint on the front of the badge and write your name. The back will display the points of your battle merits." Spirit consciousness imprint. Su Zimo murmured softly in deep thought. He suddenly recalled something. Back when he first arrived at the divine firmament immortal domain, he was forced to participate in a hunt held by Prince Yuanzhua. At that time, Prince Yuanzhua distributed a badge to everyone and asked them to leave their spirit consciousness imprint on it. In reality, Prince Yuanzhua used that spirit consciousness imprint to monitor everyone and control the location and movements of every cultivator with their spirit consciousness imprints. As though he could tell Su Zimo's concerns, Lu Yun said, "Brother Su, there's no need to worry. This blessed heaven world badge has been passed down through the ages, and there has never been any problems." Su Zimo smiled and did not explain. In reality, even if there were any latent dangers to the blessed heaven world badge, such tricks could no longer threaten him. After cultivating the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, even the sect master of the academy could not divine everything about him. With the Dharmic Tao of the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, Su Zimo could leave his spirit consciousness imprint on it completely. However, he could erase the spirit consciousness imprint on the blessed heaven world badge completely with a single thought, even if they were billions of miles apart. Lu Yun continued, "The blessed heaven world badge is only useful in the blessed heaven world. Before leaving the blessed heaven world, you have to store the badge in the blessed pavilion. The battle merits inside will also be preserved, and you can continue using it the next time you come." Pausing for a moment, Lu Yun continued, "Of course, if a living being dies outside, it means that his blessed heaven world badge will no longer have an owner, and the battle merits on it will disappear as well. Wang Dong, Shuinjin, head to the blessed pavilion to retrieve your badges. Those who don't have badges can also obtain them from the blessed pavilion." Under the lead of Lin Shuinjin and Wang Dong, Su Zimo, Bai Mingshui, Meng Hao, and a few other perfected immortals who did not have the blessed heaven world badge entered a hall on the left of the blessed pavilion. The moment he entered the hall, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and tiny spots of light floated around him. Lin Shuinjin, Wang Dong, and the others released their spirit consciousnesses, and a light spot flew towards them. It was their blessed heaven world badge. When Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness, a badge flew over as well. It was made of a special material that resembled jade, but was not jade, stone, but not stone. Both sides were blank. Su Zimo imprinted the word Su Zhu on one side with his spirit consciousness. Immediately after, the words battle merits appeared on the back. The back of the words battle merits was blank as well, and there were no points displayed. Bai Mingshui, Meng Hao, and the others did the same. A moment later, everyone left the hall and returned to the entrance of the blessed pavilion. Lu Yin looked at the thousands of earth immortals and heaven immortals at the entrance of the blessed pavilion and said in a deep voice, "Let's rent a residence first. Although there's no danger in the blessed heaven world, there are many of us on this trip. We can have a base if we rent a residence. Only experts who are perfected spirits or stronger could enter the blessed pavilion. Of the 7 stars sword world cultivators who just joined the sword world, many thousands of them were not qualified." Yulan frowned slightly. "To rent a residence that can accommodate thousands of people, I'm afraid it will cost 10 battle merits each day." "It's only 10 battle merits. That doesn't seem too much?" Su Zimo probed. Yulan shook her head and explained, "It's extremely difficult to obtain battle merits in the evil fiend battlefield. You must know, killing a paradise void realm evil fiend or sin spirit is only worth 10 battle merits. Convergence, realm evil fiends are merely worth 1 battle merit. Convergence, realm evil fiends are worth 3 battle merits, while hollow nether realm evil fiends are worth 6. Meng Hao was speechless. Good lord, renting such a residence for a day means that we'll have to kill a paradise void realm evil fiend. Yulan said that's right. If we stay in the blessed heaven world for 10 days, we'll have to spend 100 battle merits for nothing. Feng Su said, there are many people in the blessed heaven world. Renting a residence can at least prevent living beings of other worlds from spying on us. There's no need for us to hide our communication, and it will be more convenient for us to do things. Right then, Lin Xuanjin suddenly said indifferently, Master, let's rent a residence. I'll naturally be able to get back the 100 battle merits expended. All right. When Yulan saw Lin Xuanjin say that, she did not insist. Before long, everyone from the sword world found an empty residence near the blessed pavilion. There was a groove in the shape of a badge at the entrance of the residence. Lin Xuanjin went forward and placed her blessed heaven world badge on the groove of the door, and it matched perfectly. Immediately after, the residence shone brightly and the door opened. Among the perfected immortals of the sword world, Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others had less than 10 battle merit points. Only Lin Xuanjin had more than 2 battle merits on her blessed heaven world badge and could rent this residence. Su Zimo could see it clearly. Initially, there was a powerful restriction around the residence that prevented outsiders from barging in. The restriction could only be removed with the help of the battle merits in the blessed heaven world badge. After settling the thousands of earth immortals and heaven immortals in the residence, Lu Yun looked at the sky. Time is precious, and there's no time to lose. I think you guys should head to the blessed pavilion now and prepare to enter the evil fiend battlefield. Everyone only had 10 days in the blessed pavilion. Right now, before everyone could obtain any battle merits, Lin Xuanjin had already expended 100 battle merits. All right. Gong Suinyu, Wang Dong, and the others were invigorated and rubbed their fists eagerly. They could not wait any longer. The 5 peak masters, along with Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, Meng Hao, and the other perfected immortals, left the residence and arrived before the blessed pavilion once more. The blessed pavilion can roughly be divided into 2 regions. Lu Yun said in a deep voice, there's a pagoda on the left with many unique treasures inside. The area on the right leads to the evil fiend battlefield. Feng Su said, let's go to the treasure pagoda on the left first and see how much battle merit the Venus Black Goldstone is worth so that we can have a better idea of things. Everyone from the sword world entered the blessed pavilion. After turning left, they arrived in front of a towering pagoda. It was the treasure pagoda of the blessed pavilion. Chapter 2784. Chapter 2784. Stone Race. Chapter 2784. Stone Race. Upon entering the treasure pagoda, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Countless rare treasures were placed everywhere. Pills, divine weapons, universal treasures, cultivation techniques, secret skills, immortal herbs, immortal ores, and beast eggs. There was practically everything available, including living or inanimate items. Everything was placed in the open on the first floor of the treasure pagoda. This was Meng Hao's first time in the treasure pagoda as well, and he could not help but exclaim. Each treasure was placed in sealed treasure chests of different sizes with different numbers engraved on them. Beside every number was a groove the size of a blessed heaven world badge. Lu Yun said in a low voice, the numbers on it correspond to the battle merits needed to exchange for each treasure. If you want any treasure, place your blessed heaven world badge on it. If you have enough battle merits, the treasure chest will open on its own and you can take away the treasure within. Although there's no one guarding the treasure pagoda, anyone who dares to snatch or steal anything inside will be killed. Su Zimo took a casual glance and saw a well-preserved Dao fruit in a treasure chest not far away. Under normal circumstances, most perfected spirits would cultivate Tao fruits in their bodies. It was just that their names were different depending on the dermic Taos and races. However, it was not easy to obtain such a well-preserved Tao fruit. Every Tao fruit contained the dermic Tao profundities that this living being had cultivated for his entire life. If one could digest and absorb a single Tao fruit, it would increase the cultivation of a cultivator greatly. On the treasure chest was a number 10. 10 battle merits. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. A perfectly preserved Tao fruit only required 10 battle merits. Everyone from the Sword World watched as they walked down the hall of the Treasure Pagoda. Essence Morning Heaven Crystal, 100 battle merits. Purple Blood Immortal Mushroom, 200 battle merits. Blood Transformation Needle, 250 battle merits. As everyone ventured deeper, the number of battle merits required for the surrounding treasures increased. Before long, Su Zimo saw a familiar treasure. Bodhi Seed. Back then, this treasure was placed in the secret ground of the pure magnificence heaven by immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. It was extremely helpful to Su Zimo's cultivation, and it was an extremely rare and precious treasure even in the upper world. 500 battle merits were required to redeem a Bodhi Seed. In the Evil Fiend battlefield, killing a Convergence Realm Evil Fiend merely earned 1 battle merit. A Paradise Void Realm Evil Fiend only gave 10 battle merits. It was not easy to obtain 500 battle merits. An hour had passed since they arrived. They had only walked through half of the hall on the first floor of the Treasure Pagoda, and the people of the Sword World had yet to see the Venus Black Goldstone. Lu Yun, Yulan, and the others frowned. If the Venus Black Goldstone required too many battle merits, the pressure on Lin Xuanjin and the others would increase as well. There was a high chance they would return empty-handed from this trip as well. Everyone advanced until they were about to reach the end of the hall on the first floor. Finally, they saw the Venus Black Goldstone in a treasure chest. The Venus Black Goldstone was only the size of a fingernail, but it cost 1,000 battle merits. Yulan sighed softly. 1,000 battle merits. This is the most precious treasure on the first floor of the Treasure Pagoda. When Su Zimo saw the troubled expressions on the faces of Lu Yin, Yulan, and the others, he realized that it was probably more difficult and dangerous than he had imagined to enter the Evil Fiend battlefield to obtain battle merits. 1,000 battle merits meant that they had to obtain 100 battle merits each day for the 10 days. That meant that they had to kill 10 Paradise Void perfected spirits. Su Zimo had fought the Yuksha and Azura races briefly before and knew how terrifying such living beings were. It would indeed be troublesome to deal with them in the Evil Fiend battlefield. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. If we can't accumulate enough battle merits in one go, can we wait for 1,000 years before returning to the blessed heaven world to obtain more battle merits? Of course we can. Lu Yin said. However, the Venus Black Goldstone might have already been exchanged for the next time you come. In addition, in order to accumulate 1,000 battle merits, you will have to kill a lot of evil fiends. The powerful evil fiends in the Evil Fiend battlefield will definitely target you. The next time you enter the Evil Fiend battlefield, the weaker evil fiends and some spirits will have long hidden themselves. You'll be only targeted by the powerful evil fiends inside and might not have a chance to obtain much battle merits. Feng Su said, "From what I know, the strongest perfected spirits throughout history have only accumulated around 5,000 battle merits. Beyond that, it's extremely difficult to continue obtaining battle merits." Lin Xuanjin said, "It's not impossible to get 1,000 battle merits in 10 days. Gong Suanyu added, "Peak Masters, don't worry. We have the Blessed Heaven World badge. If we encounter any danger, we can retreat at any moment." That was another use of the Blessed Heaven World badge. As long as they carried the Blessed Heaven World badge, They could leave the evil fiend battlefield and return to the blessed heaven world at any moment. However, they would have to spend 10 battle merits each time. Sword Immortal Tai Lai added, "That's right. Since we're already here, we have to fight in the evil fiend battlefield." Usually, they were restrained when sparring with their fellow disciples in the sword world and had too many reservations. Now that they were in the blessed heaven world, there was no need for them to hold back against the evil fiends and sin spirits. They could kill to their heart's content, and naturally, everyone was unwilling to return empty-handed. Lu Yin, Yulan, and the others exchanged glances and nodded after some hesitation. Bai Tianxing said, "The evil fiend battlefield is not a good place. The evil fiends and sin spirits inside are ferocious and vicious. Furthermore, they have powerful combat strength and cannot be underestimated. There are even monster incarnates who have comprehended peerless divine powers among the evil fiends and sin spirits inside. If you encounter them, don't fight them and retreat immediately. The evil fiends and sin spirits inside and comprehend peerless divine powers." Meng Hao was shocked. "Of course." Lu Yin said, "The strongest evil fiends and sin spirits inside are definitely not inferior to paragons and monster incarnates of the 10,000 races of the various worlds. If not for that, the evil fiends and sin spirits inside would have been killed entirely long ago. Since ancient times, there have been many paragons of the Trichiliocosm who died inside and became food for the evil fiends. In name, you're the ones who went in to kill the evil fiends and obtain battle merits. However, the evil fiends and sin spirits inside also want to kill you and obtain your cultivation resources." Yulan added, "In addition, in the evil fiend battlefield, apart from guarding against the evil fiends and sin spirits, you have to be wary of perfected spirits of other worlds as well. There are no restrictions in the evil fiend battlefield at all, and fights between perfected spirits of the 10,000 races will happen frequently. All of you have to be careful." Feng Su said, "I looked around earlier on and didn't see anyone from the Heavenly Eye race or the Stone race. That's a good thing for us." "Stone race." Su Zimo's expression changed. Lu Yin could tell that Su Zimo was puzzled and explained, "The stone world is also a super large world and has a bad relationship with our sword world. There have been grudges for a long time, and it's been like this for a few eras. The bloodline of the stone race is ordinary, but their physiques are incomparably tough. Even divine weapons might not be able to injure them. The stone race beings are very easy to recognize. Most of them are burly and tall, and their skin is gray and rough, as though they are covered in a layer of stone. It's not only in the evil fiend battlefield. If you encounter people from the stone race elsewhere, you have to be careful as well." Su Zimo nodded and took a mental note. Chapter 2785. Chapter 2785. Battle Merits, Jade Steel. Chapter 2785. Battle Merits, Jade Steel. "What's up there?" Su Zimo pointed above him. The treasure pagoda towered into the clouds and clearly had more than one floor. Right now, everyone was only in the hall on the first floor of the treasure pagoda. Lu Yin said, "The treasure pagoda is filled with all sorts of rare treasures. It's the same for the next 4 floors above. The treasures on the second floor of the treasure pagoda will require at least 1,000 battle merits, and the upper limit is 2,000. Treasures on the third floor will require between 2,000 to 3,000 battle merits. That pattern goes on until the 5th floor. The higher the floors, the higher the number of battle merits required for the treasures." "What about those after the 5th floor?" Meng Hao could not help but ask. Yulan said, "The treasures above the 5th floor require 5,000 battle merits, at the very least. However, as far as I know, those floors have not been opened for a long time." Bai Tianxing interrupted from the side. It said that there are even rarer and more precious treasures above the 10th floor, even treasures such as taboo, mystic classics. "Ah!" Everyone from the sword world exclaimed softly. Lu Yun shook his head gently. Those are just rumors. Even if they do exist, the battle merits required are unimaginable. It's just that it's impossible to obtain them by fighting an evil fiend battlefield alone. In reality, that was indeed the case. The upper limit of perfected spirits allowed in the evil fiend battlefield was 10 for each world. It was difficult to estimate the number of evil fiends and sin spirits in the evil fiend battlefield. Once they stayed in the evil fiend battlefield for too long a period of time, they would definitely be targeted and fall into a bitter and dangerous situation. At that time, they would be extremely lucky to escape alive, let alone obtain battle merits. Everyone walked around the hall on the first floor of the treasure pagoda before leaving. 1,000 battle merits were required for this trip. That was a huge challenge for Lin Xuanjin and the others. Time was precious, and there was no need for everyone to stay in the treasure pagoda any longer. After leaving the treasure pagoda, everyone did not stop and headed in the direction of the evil fiend battlefield. On the way, Lin Xuanjin suddenly said, "I'll split the battle merits in my Blessed Heaven World badge with you guys first." Lu Yun nodded. "Everyone will get 10 battle merits. That way, if you encounter any danger inside, you can leave immediately." Not only were the Blessed Heaven World badges used to record battle merits, they were also equivalent to a teleportation method that allowed them to leave the evil fiend battlefield at any time. However, they had to expend 10 battle merits each time they wanted to teleport out of the evil fiend battlefield using the Blessed Heaven World badge. Although Wang Dong, Gong Suingyu, and the others had been to the Blessed Heaven World before, they had less than 10 battle merits on their badges. As for Su Zimo and Bai Ming Xue's Blessed Heaven World badges, they did not have any battle merits at all. Wang Dong and the others took out their Blessed Heaven World badges. Lin Xuanjin touched her badge slightly with the Blessed Heaven World badges of Wang Dong and the others and willed. The battle merits on the Blessed Heaven World badges of Wang Dong and the others instantly increased to 10 points. When Su Zimo saw that, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly frowned. Lu Yun noticed the change in Su Zimo's expression and said, "I believe you've already guessed it, Brother Su." Su Zimo nodded slightly. The battle merits on the Blessed Heaven World badge can be transferred at will. This means that in the evil fiend battlefield, the perfected spirits of the various worlds might fight for the battle merits. Exactly. Lu Yin said, therefore, apart from guarding against the evil fiends and sin spirits in the evil fiend battlefield, you have to be wary of experts from other worlds as well. Feng Su said, in the evil fiend battlefield, perfected spirits of the major worlds often fight one another. However, ordinary perfected spirits won't dare to provoke our sword world. Bai Tianqing said, if Lin Xuanjin and the others join forces to form the myriad sword formation, they can even fight against a supreme perfected spirit. The entrance to the evil fiend battlefield was on a huge open-air square in the Blessed Pavilion. Before long, everyone from the sword world arrived at the Blessed Heaven World Square. There were 10 gigantic water curtains erected around the square, clearly showing the terrains and environments of another world. Lu Yin said the evil fiend battlefield can be roughly divided into 10 regions. These 10 gigantic screens represent the complete evil fiend battlefield. Stare at one of the gigantic screens and concentrate. When you extend your spirit consciousness into it, you'll be able to see the exact situation inside. Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness and touched one of the gigantic screens. Indeed, it was as though he had already entered the evil fiend battlefield. Initially, he was still in the firmaments. However, his vision narrowed continuously, and everything before him seemed to be magnified. In fact, he could even clearly see the patterns on a fallen leaf in the evil fiend battlefield. It was a strange feeling. Su Zimo retracted his spirit consciousness, and everything returned to normal. Living beings of the 10,000 races were gathered in the Blessed Heaven World Square. There was a huge, teleportation formation beneath every gigantic screen. 10 cultivators from the flying heaven world stepped onto a teleportation formation and disappeared from the blessed heaven world square with a series of flashes. The 10 of them should have already entered the evil fiend battlefield. Lu Yun explained, there are 10 teleportation entrances to the evil fiend battlefield, and the landing location is random. Therefore, the first thing you guys do after entering the evil fiend battlefield is to observe your surroundings and be on guard. If they were unlucky and landed in a place where the evil fiends were gathered or encountered a supreme, perfected spirit, everyone would probably have to retreat in advance. Su Zimo's gaze shifted, and he saw a jade stele erected in the middle of the blessed heaven world square with names of cultivators listed on it. That's the battle merits jade stele, and they rank perfected spirits based on their battle merits. There are 100 names in total, and almost all the names on it are supreme, perfected spirits. Lu Yun said, it's no exaggeration to say that these 100 of them are the strongest perfected spirits in the trichiliocosm. In the heavenly world, there were supreme, perfected immortals and supreme, perfected fiends. However, in the upper world, only those who comprehended peerless divine powers were qualified to be called supreme, perfected spirits. In the entire trichiliocosm, there were countless living beings of the 10,000 races who had cultivated to the perfected spirit realm. However, there were less than 100 of them who could be called supreme, perfected spirits, even including some paragons who had comprehended peerless divine powers but did not leave their names on the battle merits jade stele. There were probably less than 200 of them in total. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the first row of the battle merits jade stele. Xia-yin, Heavenly Eye World. This Heavenly Eye race, being named Xia-yin, was rank 1 on the battle merits jade stele. Yulan said, that person is the one who was born with the yin-yang eyes. He's extremely ferocious among the perfected spirits of the trichiliocosm. Although the ranking on the battle merits jade stele might not represent the ranking of actual combat strength, there won't be much of a difference. Su Zimo took a rough glance. Among the 100 spots on the battle merits jade stele, there were paragons from the Dragon World, Stone World, Great Wilderness, Parasol Tree World, Tomb World, Light World, Witch World, Blood World, and Golden Crow World Dash. Most of them came from super large worlds. The Heavenly Eye World alone had 2 people. However, he did not see anyone familiar on the battle merits jade stele. Chess, Immortal June, you belonged to the heavenly world and had already comprehended peerless divine powers. She could be considered a supreme, perfected spirit. However, her name was not on the battle merits jade stele. Su Zimo wondered if it was because she had yet to come to the blessed heaven world or because she did not have enough battle merits. Chapter 2786. Chapter 2786. 10 Great Evil Fiends. Chapter 2786. 10 Great Evil Fiends. Do you have any more questions? Lu Yin looked at Lin Xuanjin, Su Zimo, and the others. Actually, those words were mainly directed at Su Zimo and Bai Mingshui. After all, this was their first time in the blessed heaven world. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked, is there any other way of returning to the blessed heaven world from the evil fiend battlefield apart from using the battle merits of the blessed heaven world badge? Using the blessed heaven world badge to teleport would consume battle merits after all. The battle merits on their badges were distributed from Lin Xuanjin. It would be best if they could save them. Yes. Lu Yun nodded. There are still 10 spatial nodes that can be used to teleport out from the evil fiend battlefield at any time. However, the locations of these 10 spatial nodes change frequently. Unless you're extremely lucky, it's very difficult to find such spatial nodes within the 10 days. Yulan said, Brother Su, actually there's no need for you and Bai Mingshui to take the risk with Xuanjin and the others. With Xuanjin leading the team this time round, the combat strength of the 8 of them is enough. It won't be too late for you and Bai Ming Xue to enter the evil fiend battlefield after your cultivation realms advance to the Paradise Void Realm. Actually, Yulan's true thoughts were that if Su Zimo and Bai Ming Xue, the master and disciple, entered with the group, Lin Xuanjin and the others would ave to spend a portion of their energy protecting them. Not only were the two of them unnecessary, they might even drag down Lin Xuanjin and the others. However, Yulan said it rather tactfully and did not make things awkward. Feng Su and Bai Tianqing exchanged glances and understood what Yulan was implying. Feng Su smiled as well. That's right. Brother Su, if you're interested, you can take a look at the 10 gigantic screens in the Blessed Heaven World Square first. You can also have a rough understanding of the evil fiend battlefield and accumulate experience. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. Let's enter and take a look together. It won't be too late for me to withdraw if anything happens. In reality, Su Zimo was not interested in killing the so-called evil fiends and send spirits to obtain battle merits. However, Lin Xuanjin and the others were taking a huge risk to fight in the evil fiend battlefield this time round for the sake of the Venus Black Gold Stone. The Venus Black Gold Stone was a stabilizing treasure meant for Sword Burial Peak. As the peak master of Sword Burial Peak, he could not stay out of it. When Yulan and the others heard Su Zimo's words, they knew they could not persuade him anymore. Lu Yun waved it off. There's no harm in brother Su going in with them. Pausing for a moment, Lu Yin looked at Lin Xuanjin and the others with a serious expression. However, Wang Dong Xuanjin, the 8 of you must take good care of brother Su and Bai Ming Xue and ensure their safety. Wang Dong said in a deep voice, Don't worry, master. Once we enter the evil fiend battlefield, we'll form the formation of the Myriad Sword Formation and protect Peak Master Su and junior sister Bai Ming in the middle. When she heard that, Bai Ming Xue turned to look at Su Zimo with a strange expression. Su Zimo had never used his full strength in the sword world. Although everyone knew that he had comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword, due to his cultivation realm, even if he comprehended a peerless divine power, they did not think that he could unleash much power. No one knew his true strength, not even Bai Ming Xue. However, Bai Ming Xue was at least certain that Su Zimo definitely did not need anyone's protection. Su Zimo had a calm expression and did not say anything. Gong Suinyu said, Peak Masters, don't worry. After all, we have the Blessed Heaven World Badge with us. Even if we encounter danger, we can escape unscathed. Lu Yun said in a deep voice, Even with the Blessed Heaven World Badge, you can't be careless. Countless paragons and monster incarnates from the major worlds have been buried in the evil fiend battlefield. Bai Tianqing nodded. Some paragons are arrogant and think that their combat strength is unparalleled. They search for powerful evil fiends everywhere to fight. By the time they want to leave the evil fiend battlefield, they no longer have the chance to use the Blessed Heaven World Badge. There were also some perfected spirits who were killed by the evil fiends, and some spirits inside instantly and did not have the time to use the Blessed Heaven World Badge. Yulan added, The Blessed Heaven World Badge is only a way out for you guys. It can't guarantee your safety completely. Don't be careless. Lu Yun continued, If you encounter any danger inside or the 10 great evil fiends, don't engage in battle. Use your Blessed Heaven World Badge to teleport back immediately. Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others nodded in agreement. Actually, the few of them were already getting impatient. They were all number one of the various sword peaks, and it was not their first time entering the evil fiend battlefield. They were filled with confidence and could not wait to enter the evil fiend battlefield to fight to their heart's content. The 10 great evil fiends. Su Zimo's expression changed. Lu Yun explained there were a huge number of evil fiends and some spirits in the evil fiend battlefield, and some powerful evil fiends were born as well. All of them are at the level of supreme, perfected spirits. The perfected spirits of the 10,000 races chose the 10 strongest evil fiends in the evil fiend battlefield after countless battles, naming them the 10 great evil fiends. Meng Hao was speechless. So powerful. Lu Yin said, "Most of the paragons of the various worlds died in the hands of the 10 great evil fiends. Therefore, even the supreme perfected spirits on the battle merits, jade steel, might not be able to take on the 10 great evil fiends." Yulan said, "It's precisely because of the existence of the 10 great evil fiends that the perfected spirits of the 10,000 races can't obtain battle merits wantonly in the evil fiend battlefield. For example, supreme perfected spirits on the battle merits, jade steel, would definitely be targeted by at least one of the 10 great evil fiends the moment they enter the evil fiend battlefield." Gong Suanyu laughed. "Among the 10 of us here, none of us are on the battle merits jade steel. We should not attract the attention of the 10 great evil fiends." "Yes." Lu Yu nodded. "No matter what, you guys have to be careful in the evil fiend battlefield. Even if we see you encountering danger within, we can't do anything to help you guys. Before entering the evil fiend battlefield, you have to wear your Blessed Heaven World Badge on your waists and reveal it outside. The Blessed Heaven World Badge is the embodiment of your identity. Apart from some special-looking evil fiends, there are many sin spirits that are no different from living beings of the 10,000 races in the evil fiend battlefield. The Blessed Heaven World Badge will help us determine if they are sin spirits or living beings of the Trichiliocosm. Under the repeated instructions of the 4 Peak Masters, Su Zimo, Lin Xuanjin, and the others were ready. They stepped onto the teleportation formation under one of the gigantic screens and disappeared from the Blessed Heaven World Square. Lu Yan's expression was dark as he looked at the spot where Su Zimo and the others disappeared. That was because everyone had just fought the Heavenly Eye race before arriving at the Blessed Heaven World, and King Cold I had even said harsh words. Therefore, Lu Yin was worried the entire time. It was not that the perfected spirits of the Sword World in this generation could not go against the Heavenly Eye World. However, Lin Xuanjin, Su Zimo, and Yun Ting had yet to reach their peak, and more time was needed. As long as the 3 of them continued to grow, they would definitely be qualified to leave their names on the battle merits jade steel. "Don't worry." Yulan could tell that Lu Yun was worried and consoled. Although Brother Su and Bai Mingshui are not strong enough, Lin Xuanjin's group of 8 is extremely familiar with the myriad sword formation. Once it's circulated, there are almost no openings. Feng Su said, "If Lin Xuanjin can make use of this opportunity while fighting with the evil fiends and sin spirits to comprehend the true killing essence of the immortal vanquishing sword, she can advance to become a supreme, perfected spirit. At that time, it would be extremely easy for her to obtain the 1,000 battle merits." "I hope so." Yu Lan revealed a look of anticipation as well. The spirit consciousnesses of the 4 Peak Masters probed into the 10 gigantic screens and found Su Zimo, Lin Xuanjin, and the others before long. "Over there." Lu Yun pointed at one of the gigantic screens. Area 3 of the Evil Fiend Battlefield. Chapter 2787. Chapter 2787. Rakshasa Race. Chapter 2787. Rakshasa Race. Accompanied by a slight dizziness, Su Zimo and the others left Blessed Heaven World Square in the blink of an eye and descended into a completely different space. The moment Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others descended, they released their spirit consciousnesses and formed the myriad sword formation, protecting Su Zimo and Bai Mingshui in the middle. They were on guard and scanned their surroundings carefully. The 10 of them were located in a valley that was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. On the other side was the exit of the valley, and a dark and deep forest could be seen. The surroundings were quiet and even a little sinister. Even the air seemed moist and emitted a faint smell of blood. This was the Evil Fiend battlefield. Everyone looked around and did not discover any danger. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief, and their tense minds gradually relaxed. "That way." Lin Xuanjin pointed in the direction of the exit of the valley and said in a deep voice, although Su Zimo had the highest status among the 10 of them, in everyone's opinion, Lin Xuanjin was the number 1 perfected immortal of the sword world and should be the commander of this team. No one had any objections to her decision. Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others did not advance quickly. Furthermore, they maintained the myriad sword formation the entire time. Lin Xuanjin stood right at the front and was equivalent to the tip of the immortal sword. If anything happened, she would be the first to attack. After 5 minutes, everyone walked out of the valley and did not encounter any danger during the entire process. Peak Master, junior sister Baiming, don't mind us being slow. Wang Dong explained, in the evil fiend battlefield, it's best to advance on the ground. Although it's slower, it's relatively safer, and we won't attract the attention of too many evil fiends and sin spirits. Of course, it's a different story for some powerful and fearless supreme, perfected spirits. Su Zimo nodded. Given everyone's methods, they could easily fly through the air and leave the valley in a couple dozens of breaths. However, if they sped through midair, it would be easier for them to reveal their tracks and attract the attacks of a large number of evil fiends and sin spirits. The exit of the valley was still a distance away from the dense forest in the north. In the middle was a vast plain with long grass that was half the height of a person. Su Zimo's expression changed, and he suddenly said, "Someone's here." "Who is it?" Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others were stunned and could not react in time. Throughout, they observed everything and spread out their spirit consciousnesses. However, they did not discover any abnormalities or anyone approaching. They were all paradise, void, perfected immortals, but they could not sense any danger. How could Su Zimo have sensed it before them? "They're very fast." Su Zimo frowned slightly and said once more, "We're surrounded." Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others still did not notice anything amiss. Li Shui, Shen Yu, and the others exchanged glances and pouted slightly. Although they did not say anything, they were disapproving in their hearts. It was true that Su Zimo was the peak master of the 9th sword peak, and they did not dare to discuss anything openly. However, the few of them were more or less disgruntled with Su Zimo. He was merely a celestial being, perfected immortal, but he ascended to become a peak master with a status that's above theirs. The few of them were all paradise, void, perfected immortals, and number 1 of the various sword peaks. Naturally, they felt a little upset about it. Right now, in their opinions, Su Zimo's warning seemed like it was an overreaction due to his nervousness. Gong Suinyu coughed gently. "Peak Master Su, you might be too nervous. You and junior sister, Baiming, don't have to worry. As long as you follow us closely, you won't. Everyone be careful. There's danger." Before Gong Suinyu could finish, Lin Xuanjin suddenly spoke and said quickly, "Buzz." Before her sentence was finished, the immortal sword on Lin Xuanjin's back was unsheathed and landed in her palm, emitting a sword beam. It was only then that everyone realized that danger was indeed approaching. Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others summoned their immortal swords one after another and waited with rapt attention. At that moment, Wang Dong and the others finally sensed danger. The other party was menacing and sped over from all directions. They had already formed an encirclement, and their speed was shocking. When Wang Dong and the others first sensed the other party, they were still 50 kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, they had already entered a radius of 5 kilometers. What a fast movement technique! Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others were shocked. Apart from killing techniques, the sword world specialized in movement techniques and speed as well. But now, the movement technique of the other party was clearly above everyone. In fact, the speed of that movement technique was so fast that it could escape the capture and envelopment of their spirit consciousnesses. That was not all. As far as everyone could see, they could not catch sight of the figures of the other party at all. They could only judge by the swaying of the surrounding long grass. The surrounding grass seemed to have encountered a huge impact and snapped and fell. It was unknown what terrifying living beings were hidden in the grass, but ravines appeared and they approached everyone from the sword world rapidly. Wang Dong and Gong Suinyu had nervous expressions and their palms were sweating. None of them expected to encounter such a danger the moment they descended on the evil fiend battlefield. Lin Xuanjin had a calm expression. She closed her eyes and tried her best to sense the surroundings. Suddenly, Lin Xuanjin opened her eyes and hollered, "Attack!" With her as the leader, Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others attacked one after another and activated their Dao fruits. The myriad sword formation was activated instantly, and terrifying sword qi burst forth in all directions. The 8 of them had known each other for many years and had great chemistry. Although they had yet to see their opponent, when they heard Lin Xuanjin's voice, everyone chose to believe her judgment and activated the myriad sword formation immediately. Qi, 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 qi. The myriad sword formation circulated like a gigantic spiral winch, cutting through the dense long grass in the surroundings and creating large empty areas. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing could be heard from the grass. As for the grass, it shattered. The other party knew that they could not hide their tracks and soared into the air one after another, finally revealing their true bodies. When they saw the other party, the pupils of Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others constricted slightly. As for Su Zimo and Bai Mingshui, a look of surprise flashed through their eyes. Most of the living beings were tall and ugly. They had green faces, fangs, and dark skin, and stood in midair with 2 pairs of gigantic flesh wings on their backs. The ends of the wings, fingers, and toes of such living beings had sharp nails that shone with a faint, cold glint. Each of them wielded a gigantic curved saber, like an evil ghost from hell. As for a small number of them, their appearances were not much different from humans. Although they had 2 pairs of flesh wings on their backs, they had slender figures and beautiful faces that were rather moving. Rakshasa race. When Su Zimo saw the other party, he recognized the origins of this group of living beings immediately. The Rakshasa race was one of the primordial 9 races of Tianhuang mainland. The men of the Rakshasa race had ugly and terrifying appearances. They possessed black bodies, vermilion hair, and had green faces with fangs. They were terrifying. On the other hand, the women were graceful and beautiful, not much different from humans. Of course, the Rakshasa race before him was slightly different from those back in Tianhuang mainland. The Rakshasa race of Tianhuang mainland only had a pair of flesh wings. However, the living beings before him all had 2 pairs of wings and looked even stronger. Chapter 2788. Chapter 2788. Opening. Chapter 2788. Opening. It was no wonder why the other party's movement technique was so fast. In Tianhuang mainland, the Rakshasa race had one of the fastest movement techniques among the 10,000 races with just a single pair of flesh wings. There were more than 100 Rakshasas, and they were all perfected spirits. Among them, there were more than 80 paradise, void, perfected spirits. The remaining few were convergence, celestial being, and hollow nether perfected spirits. This is a little troublesome. Sword Immortal Tai Lai had a grim expression as he sent a voice transmission. Gong Suinyu said softly, "It's not impossible for us to fight if it's just this group of Rakshasa ghosts. However, the Rakshasa ghosts' movement techniques are way too fast. It's easy to injure them, but it's difficult to kill them." The scene before them was much more troublesome than when they faced hundreds of heavenly eye perfected spirits back in the 7 stars sword world. At that time, although the heavenly eye race had hundreds of perfected spirits, there were not many paradise, void, perfected spirits among them. Right now, there were close to 100 paradise, void, perfected spirits among the Rakshasas. Most importantly, the Rakshasa race was best at movement techniques and speed. They came and went without a trace and could travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Just as Gong Suinyu had said, even if they could severely injure some Rakshasa ghosts with the help of the myriad sword formation. The latter could escape from the battlefield as long as they had a moment to catch their breath. It was impossible for everyone to chase after the injured Rakshasas. Once someone attacked and chased after the heavily injured Rakshasas, their sword formation would dissipate and they would be at a disadvantage since they would have to fight on their own. In reality, the Rakshasa race was the last thing the perfected spirits of the Tinchiliacosm wanted to encounter in the evil fiend battlefield. Even if they encountered the Rakshasa race, most perfected spirits would choose to avoid the battle. That was because most of the time in fights against perfected spirits of the Rakshasa race, even if they could win, they might not have a chance to kill the latter. As such, they would waste their energy for nothing. Furthermore, there were more than 100 Rakshasas now. Rakshasa ghost! When Suzimo heard how Gong Suinyu addressed the Rakshasa race, his heart skipped a beat as though he thought of something in deep thought. Most of the primordial 9 races of Tianhuang mainland dominated a region in the upper world. In fact, some of them were even in super large worlds. For example, the god race of the light world, the heavenly eye race of the heavenly eye world, the barbarian race of the barbarian world, and the 3D golden crow of the golden crow world. These races either had strong bloodlines, powerful physiques, or terrifying talents. However, Suzimo had not expected the Rakshasa race to appear in the evil fiend battlefield. This meant that the Rakshasa race was a type of evil fiend in the upper world. Maintain the sword formation and retreat towards the dense forest. Right then, Lin Xuanjin's voice sounded in everyone's minds. Lin Xuanjin made a prompt decision and charged towards the dense forest with Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others following closely behind. The formation of the 8 of them seemed to have condensed into an immortal sword as they headed towards the dense forest. Lin Xuanjin also realized that there was no benefit in fighting against this group of Rakshasas. The gains did not make up for the losses. Even if they fought, they might not be able to obtain much battle merits. Instead, it would take a huge toll on them. However, although the 10 people of the sword world wanted to leave, the 100-odd Rakshasas around them were not agreeable to that. Kill! Accompanied by a sharp howl, more than 100 Rakshasa perfected spirits flapped the gigantic flesh wings on their backs and wielded dual sabers. They transformed into streaks of black light and charged toward Suzimo and the others. Chi! 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 The sword formation circulated and released countless sword chi that surged in midair, as though they formed an impenetrable sword net. More than 100 Rakshasas circled and danced around the sword net continuously, wielding their dual sabers and colliding with the sword net, causing sparks to fly. The movement technique of the Rakshasa race was way too fast. Even though Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others released their spirit consciousnesses, they could not lock onto it. They could only rely on the myriad sword formation that they circulated to defend against more than 100 Rakshasas. Many Rakshasas could tell that Suzimo and Baiming Shue's cultivation realms were the weakest. They glared at the 2 of them and attacked repeatedly. However, the myriad sword formation formed by Lin Xuanjin and the others circulated at full strength without any openings, and the Rakshasas could not charge in immediately. Lin Xuanjin's group of 10 retreated while fighting. Although they could not kill the Rakshasas could not break through the defense of the myriad sword formation either. Baiming Shui followed closely behind Suzimo and was puzzled. She could not help but send a voice transmission. Master, the attacks of this group of Rakshasa ghosts are ferocious, and they're clearly bent on killing us. What's the use, even if we retreat into the forest? Suzimo said, that dense forest is dark and deep with ancient trees towering into the clouds. It will affect and restrict the movement techniques of the Rakshasas. Baiming Shui understood instantly after Suzimo's reminder. The Rakshasas could only unleash their movement techniques to the greatest extent in a wide space. In the dense forest, there were many ancient trees. Although they could not defend against the sharp flesh wings of the Rakshasas, it would definitely affect their movement techniques to a certain extent. Against top-tier perfected spirits, that slight difference could be extremely fatal. Why? After a moment of battle, Lin Xuanjin and the others were completely unharmed, thanks to the myriad sword formation. Su Zimo and Bai Mingxue were in the center of the formation, and they were not injured either. On the other hand, some low-level perfected spirits of the Rakshasa race were injured by Lin Xuanjin's immortal sword. Although they were not killed and managed to escape from the battlefield in time, many Rakshasas were enraged, and the killing intent in their eyes intensified. Just as the 10 people of the sword world were about to enter the forest, a paradise void Rakshasa woman suddenly shrieked, "Freeze!" Suddenly, a visible halo burst forth from the glabella of the Rakshasa woman and enveloped Lin Xuanjin and the others. Supreme divine power, time stop! Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others had calm expressions and did not think much of it. A single supreme divine power could not affect the myriad sword formation at all. Only Su Zimo frowned slightly and sensed something amiss. That was indeed the divine power of time stop. However, there was a trace of astral imprisonment's power in the divine power that the Rakshasa woman comprehended. Astral imprisonment was a peerless divine power. Watch out. Right then, Lin Xuanjin sensed something amiss as well and reminded hurriedly. Initially, the myriad sword formation circulated normally. However, after the Rakshasa woman released time stop, the myriad sword formation suddenly paused. That pause did not affect Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others much. However, it caused an opening to be revealed in the myriad sword formation. Swoosh! Everyone felt their vision blur as a ghostly figure flashed past. Instinctively, Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others brandished their swords to defend. However, their immortal swords struck nothing. Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions changed drastically. That opening was not much of a threat to them. However, Su Zimo and Bai Mingxue, who were at the center of the formation, were instantly exposed to the Rakshasas. That opening was enough to kill Su Zimo and Bai Mingxue. Chapter 2789. Chapter 2789. Shock. Chapter 2789. Shock. Among the 100-odd perfected spirits of the Rakshasa race, the Rakshasa woman had the strongest combat strength and was their commander who controlled the entire situation. Although she released the supreme divine power, time stop, and revealed an opening in the myriad sword formation, she could clearly tell from that exchange earlier on that the 8 people who formed the sword formation were not weak. It was unrealistic to kill any of the 8 of them using that slight opening. Furthermore, the only sword-wielding woman among the 8 of them was so strong that she even felt a huge threat. She only had an instant chance. After that moment, the sword-wielding woman would react. That brief moment was definitely not enough to deal with a paradise, void, perfected spirit. However, she could kill the convergence and celestial being perfected spirits without any issues at all. Her target was the man and woman in the middle of the sword formation. It was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but the result of careful consideration and planning. These people thought that they could make use of the terrain advantage of the dense forest to defend against the Rakshasas. However, she would make sure they left 2 corpses behind before they got into the dense forest. In a flash, she wielded 2 sabers and transformed into a black streak of light, arriving in front of the man and woman in the middle of the sword formation. The man and woman seemed to have been scared silly and were unable to react, standing on the spot motionlessly. The man had a handsome face and clear eyes as he looked up at her. When their eyes met, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. This person actually doesn't seem that detestable. How about sparing his life? The moment that thought flashed through her mind, she erased it. Since he chose to enter this place, it's nothing more than to hunt them down and obtain battle merits. No one is innocent, and it's the same for this person. At that thought, she no longer hesitated, and the two curved saber in her hands flashed, slashing towards the man and woman's heads. With just a single slash, their heads were sliced into two. Even their Tao fruits could not defend against her sabers. Suddenly, the green-robed man opposite her raised his hand. He did not move much, and there were no stances. He merely extended a finger and tapped her two sabers. When she saw the green-robed man extend his finger, she did not take it to heart at all. Even if the green-robed man summoned his spirit treasure, he would not be able to defend against the sharpness of her sabers, let alone a single finger. The difference in cultivation realm and strength between the two of them was way too great. However, the moment the green-robed man's finger struck the sabers, her body trembled slightly and her expression changed with disbelief in her eyes. That jade-like finger was like a heaven-piercing stone pillar that struck her sabers heavily, releasing shocking strength. At that moment, she almost lost her grip on the sabers in her hand. The web between her thumb and index finger was torn instantly and blood flowed profusely. Her heart skipped a beat. Right then, a blazing and cold sword light appeared before her. It arrived instantly with a chilling killing intent. It was the sword-wielding woman who attacked. Under normal circumstances, that sword could not injure her at all. However, her saber momentum was blocked by the green-robed man's finger, and she paused. Most importantly, the scene earlier on had dealt a huge blow to her heart, and her reaction was slower. She suddenly turned sideways and flapped her flesh wings desperately, wanting to escape from the sword light. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late. One of her arms and two wings on one side were severed by that single slash, and blood gushed out, spraying in midair. Despite being severely injured, she still relied on the innate divine power of the Rakshasa race to condense two blood-colored wings with her bloodline to maintain her balance, and transformed into a blood beam to escape from the battlefield. What a pity! When they saw that, Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others thought to themselves, the movement technique of the Rakshasa race was way too fast. Even if they were severely injured, there might not be a chance to kill them. Of course, given Lin Xuanjin's combat strength, there was a high chance that she could kill the woman if she continued chasing. However, once Lin Xuanjin was gone, it would be difficult for them to form the myriad sword formation. Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others might not be in danger since they could easily protect themselves given their methods. However, that was equivalent to exposing Su Zimo and Bai Mingxue to danger. Su Zimo's exchange with the Rakshasa woman happened in a flash. Furthermore, Su Zimo's movements were extremely subtle. Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others did not notice it and thought that Lin Xuanjin had saved Su Zimo and Bai Mingxue in time. Only Lin Xuanjin frowned slightly and felt that something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, her sword should not have been able to strike that Rakshasa woman. However, after the Rakshasa woman attacked, she suddenly paused strangely. That was the reason why the Rakshasa woman was severely injured by her sword. Right now, the battle was still ongoing. Lin Xuanjin did not think too much about it and covered everyone as they charged into the dense forest. When the Rakshasas saw that their commander was severely injured, their eyes turned bloodshot. They had no intention of letting Lin Xuanjin and the others off and insisted on charging into the dense forest to continue their pursuit. Stop chasing. Right then, the female commander of the Rakshasa race suddenly hollered. When the 100-odd Rakshasas heard that, they did not dare to disobey and lingered outside the dense forest for a while before flying back to the female commander's side. "Commander," a Rakshasa said hatefully, "are we going to let them off so easily? As long as we continue chasing and exhaust them slowly, they won't be able to hold on for long." The sword formation of this group of sword cultivators is indeed a little troublesome. However, the man and woman in the sword formation is their weakness. As long as we keep an eye on them, we'll have a chance to break the formation and kill them one by one. That's right, among this group of sword cultivators, only that woman is a little troublesome. The rest are nothing to be afraid of. The group of Rakshasas spoke one after another, but the female commander remained silent. Weakness. A moment later, she sneered and handed the 2 sabers in her hands to everyone. The Rakshasas focused their gazes, and their expressions could not help but change. The 2 sabers were filled with cracks and were completely crippled. How could this be? A Rakshasa asked carefully, "Commander, your weapon is an 8 tribulations spirit treasure, right?" The Rakshasa female commander said coldly, "The weakness you guys mentioned earlier on shattered my destiny spirit treasure with a single finger." Pissed, the Rakshasas gasped. To be able to shatter an 8 tribulations spirit treasure with a single finger, what kind of power was that? Among that group of people, that woman is merely a little troublesome. As for the green-robed man in the sword formation, he's the truly terrifying hidden expert. The Rakshasa female commander asked coldly, "You guys want to continue chasing them? Do you want to die?" A Rakshasa asked softly, "Commander, since that green-robed man is so powerful, should we inform the great commander and get him to eliminate that person?" The Rakshasa female commander was silent for a moment before shaking her head. "There's no need for that for now. However, go back and inform our clansmen to avoid this group of sword cultivators for the time being. We'll wait and see how the situation develops." "Understood." Many Rakshasas dispersed one after another and transformed into streaks of black light, disappearing into the horizon. The Rakshasa female commander looked in the direction of the dense forest with a confused expression. Logically speaking, given the capabilities of the green-robed man, he should be able to kill her. However, why would he spare her life and let her leave? Chapter 2790. Chapter 2790. Self-destructing Tao Fruit. Chapter 2790. Self-destructing Tao Fruit. In the dense forest, everyone from the sword world sped for a while. When they saw that no Rakshasas were chasing after them, they heaved a sigh of relief and consumed some spirit pills and immortal herbs to rest on the spot. Indeed, Gong Suinyu chuckled. The Rakshasas are wary of the dense forest since their movement techniques would be restricted. That's why they don't dare to continue chasing and can only give up. If they had entered the dense forest, quite a few of those Rakshasas would have definitely died. Li Shui said coldly. When Wang Dong saw that Su Zimo and Bai Ming Shui were fine, he patted his chest and said with lingering fear, "I was scared to death earlier on. Thankfully, Peak Master Su and Junior Sister Bai Ming are fine. Otherwise, we would have committed unforgivable crimes." Sword Immortal Tai Lai added, "Fortunately, Senior Sister Lin attacked in time and severely injured the female Rakshasa ghost. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Su Zimo did not explain further and turned to look at Lin Xuanjin, cupping his fist slightly. "Thank you for saving me, fellow Taoist Lin." Although he was the peak master of the 9th Sword Peak, he had never put on any airs when facing cultivators of the same cultivation realm like Lin Xuanjin and Wang Dong. He addressed most of them as fellow Taoists. Lin Xuanjin nodded and did not say anything. However, she still felt a little strange and looked at Su Zimo deeply. Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others chatted as they rested, exchanging their insights from the battle. Lin Xuanjin rolled her eyes at Su Zimo and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Peak Master Su, your senses are very sharp. You discovered that group of Rakshasas a long time ago." In reality, Lin Xuanjin had noticed Su Zimo a long time ago. When she first heard that Su Zimo had become the peak master of the 9th Sword Peak, she was indignant as well. However, when she headed to the 9th Sword Peak and comprehended the sword burial Tao once, she realized how terrifying this sword Tao was. The person who could create such a sword Tao was definitely extraordinary. However, Su Zimo was in seclusion all year round and rarely came out. The two of them did not have much chance to interact either. Among cultivators of the same cultivation realm, the only person Lin Xuanjin could not see through was Su Zimo. The sentence she just said was also meant to test him. She was puzzled. Su Zimo was only at the celestial being realm. How could he discover the movements of the Rakshasa ghosts before her? At the mention of that, Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the others reacted one after another. Gong Suanyu was a little embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly. "Peak Master, I thought that you were too nervous earlier on. To think that you were right." Su Zimo smiled without saying anything. Of course, among the 8 of them, Xinyu, Li Shui, and the others were still disapproving and merely treated it as a casual remark by Su Zimo, who happened to get it right. After the battle, everyone relaxed and chatted while resting in high spirits. Su Zimo sat on the spot, quietly, deep in thought. In reality, given his methods, he could definitely have killed the Rakshasa commander earlier on. In fact, it was not difficult for him to kill off the entire group of Rakshasas. However, the appearance of the Rakshasa race in the evil fiend battlefield made him think of something else. That was the reason why he was in a daze. The moment the female commander of the Rakshasa race attacked him, he wanted to kill her on the spot. However, the moment they exchanged blows, he looked into the other party's eyes and face and suddenly recalled an old friend from Tianhuang mainland. Rakshasa Yu. Although Rakshasa Yu did not have a deep relationship with him, there was some inseparable karma between them. Rakshasa Yu had once submitted to the martial Tao Prime body. Later on, when she regained her freedom, she had never betrayed him either. Furthermore, after she led the Rakshasa race, there had never been any conflicts with the human race. That alone was a monumental merit. Recalling Rakshasa Yu, Su Zimo did not kill her. He did not stop the Rakshasa female commander from escaping after being severely injured by Lin Xuanjin as well. "Master, are you thinking about Rakshasa Yu?" Right then, Bai Mingshue's voice suddenly sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Only Bai Mingshue could roughly guess Su Zimo's thoughts. Su Zimo nodded. To think that the Rakshasa race would be reduced to be a part of the evil fiends and sin spirits in the upper world. After Rakshasa Yu ascended to the upper world, it must have been extremely difficult for her to survive. In fact, she might have even landed in this evil fiend battlefield. At that thought, Su Zimo suddenly regretted it. If he had known earlier, he should have captured a Rakshasa and questioned him carefully. Before long, everyone recovered and got up to hurry on their way once more. The dense forest was dark and deep with countless towering ancient trees that blocked one's vision. Even the range of one's spirit consciousness was greatly obstructed. As everyone advanced, the forest was silent. Only when everyone stepped on rotten leaves and branches would they make occasional sounds, making the forest look exceptionally sinister. Suddenly, Su Zimo frowned and shifted his gaze to an ancient tree diagonally in front of him. The ancient tree grew in the darkness and was no different from the other trees in the surroundings. However, Su Zimo's spirit perception was way too strong. He could sense that someone was hiding there and was almost one with the ancient tree. Su Zimo did not attack right away. That was because the living being hidden there was not an evil fiend, but a human identical to them. However, this person did not have a blessed heaven world badge on his waist. Right then, Lin Xuanjin, who was walking at the front, stopped. She did not attack. Instead, she turned to look in Su Zimo's direction before drawing the immortal sword on her back and slashing towards the ancient tree. The ancient tree snapped. Not only that, the ancient tree was split into two and spewed scarlet blood strangely as it fell heavily to the ground. When Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the others saw Lin Xuanjin suddenly stop, they realized that something was amiss. When Lin Xuanjin severed the ancient tree, they realized that there was someone hidden in the darkness over there. Dressed in black, the person collapsed in a pool of blood and his body was sliced into two by Lin Xuanjin's immortal sword. The terrifying sword chi had long surged into his body and even his consciousness. His Tao fruit was covered in sword marks. The black-robed man was only a hollow nether-perfected immortal, and he could not defend against a casual slash from Lin Xuanjin. However, the black-robed man did not say anything the entire time. Even though his body was severed by Lin Xuanjin, he did not reveal any pain on his face and merely looked at Su Zimo and the others coldly. Lin Xuanjin carried her immortal sword that was untainted by the blood and strode to the black-robed man's side, looking down with an indifferent gaze. "All of you will die here." Suddenly, the black-robed man spoke. Before his sentence was finished, a resplendent light burst forth from the black-robed man's glabella, emitting a shuddering power fluctuation. Even Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The black-robed man was so resolute that he wanted to self-destruct his Tao fruit and use the terrifying power derived from the shattering of the Tao fruit to drag Lin Xuanjin down with him. At the peak of the Paradise Void Realm, after the Tao fruit exploded, there was a chance that it could pierce through the void and create a grotto heaven. Although it was only a hollow nether Tao fruit, it would give rise to an extremely terrifying power once it exploded. Buzz! The immortal sword in Lin Xuanjin's hand trembled slightly. A sword beam entered the black-robed man's glabella and pierced his essence spirit instantly. With the death of the black-robed man, the light on his glabella dimmed as well. Lin Xuanjin seemed to have expected this and did not give him a chance to self-destruct his Tao fruit. Chapter 2791. Chapter 2791. Ambush. Chapter 2791. Ambush. The Tao fruit was the condensed essence of a cultivator's cultivation. Unless it was absolutely necessary, most cultivators would not choose such a resolute method. Everyone would always hope to get lucky. Even when they were on the verge of death, they were unwilling to give up their last hope and chance of survival. However, the black-robed man did not hesitate at all. Lin Xuanjin held the immortal sword in her hand and raised tip of her sword slightly against the black-robed man's glabella, digging out his Tao fruit. Unfortunately, this person's Tao fruit was already filled with cracks, and its use was greatly reduced. Lin Xuanjin removed the person's storage bag again and swept it with her spirit consciousness before throwing it on the ground casually. Wang Dong explained softly to Su Zimo and Bai Mingshui, "Most of these evil fiends and sin spirits don't have any treasures, and their pockets are empty. Therefore, our storage bags are extremely attractive to them." After killing that person, Lin Xuanjin said indifferently, "If the human cultivators in the evil fiend battlefield don't have the blessed heaven world badge, they can be treated as sin spirits, and there's no need to be benevolent to them." Those words seemed unnecessary. Before entering the evil fiend battlefield, everyone already knew about this. For some reason, Lin Xuanjin explained it again. Only Su Zimo could tell that Lin Xuanjin's words were actually directed at him. Wang Dong added, "That's right. Even if we don't kill them, the other party will kill us immediately. The moment we step into the evil fiend battlefield, we are irreconcilable enemies with the evil fiends and sin spirits and have to fight them to the death." Su Zimo pondered for a moment. "Actually, I've cultivated the myriad sword formation over the years as well. Why don't you count me in?" Well, when they heard that, Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others exchanged glances with troubled expressions and fell silent for a moment. Under normal circumstances, a sword formation formed by 9 people was indeed stronger than one formed by 8. However, Peak Master Su's cultivation realm was only at the celestial realm. If he joined the sword formation, he would become an obvious weakness in the sword formation. The power of the sword formation would decrease rather than increase. In short, if Peak Master Su joined the sword formation, he would drag down the 8 of them instead. However, it was not appropriate to tell Peak Master Su about this openly, as it might hurt his dignity. A moment later, it was Wang Dong who coughed gently and said with a smile, "Peak Master Su, The 8 of us are more familiar in cooperating with one another for the myriad sword formation. You haven't cultivated the sword formation for long, and we might not be used to you suddenly joining in. For the next few days, you can observe our cooperation in the sword formation and familiarize yourself with it first. Exactly, Gong Suinyu added hurriedly. We understand what you're thinking. Peak Master Su, you want to help as well, but there's no need to be anxious, Peak Master. Once we encounter some convergence or celestial being evil fiends or sin spirits in the future, we'll definitely let you display your skills, Peak Master. All right. Su Zimo could tell what Wang Dong and the others were implying and did not insist. To him, it did not matter if he joined the sword formation or not. If Lin Xuanjin and the others really encountered any danger that they could not resolve, he could attack at any moment. This ambush was just a small interlude for everyone. No one took it to heart and continued forward. Before long, another commotion sounded from the darkness in the depths of the forest. This time round, even without Su Zimo's reminder, Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others sensed danger. Get into formation and be on guard, Lin Xuanjin reminded, and everyone slowed down. After that, there was a long period of silence. The surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped to the freezing point, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone knew that they would definitely face a massacre next. After an unknown period of time, divine powers and dermic treasures suddenly burst forth from the darkness and enveloped Lin Xuanjin and the others. The myriad sword formation circulated once more and surged with endless sword chi, tearing apart the surrounding darkness. Dozens of figures charged out from the darkness and looked at Su Zimo and the others murderously. These people were no different from human cultivators. However, they had no blessed heaven world badge hanging on their waists. Kill! The leader hollered softly. A huge battle broke out between the two sides. Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others attacked with all their might. The Carnage Sword Dao, the Sever Sword Dao, and the Extreme Sword Dao with the augmentation of the Myriad Sword Formation. The 8 Sword Daos released terrifying lethality. Although the other party had dozens of perfected immortals and had the advantage in numbers, Lin Xuanjin and the others relied on the Myriad Sword Formation to defend and counterattack. In less than 10 breaths of time, 6 perfected immortals of the other party were severely injured, and one of them was killed by Lin Xuanjin on the spot. Although the dozens of perfected immortals surrounded them, they did not have a formation and fought individually. As such, they could not defend against the myriad sword formation in the end. The moment both parties exchanged blows, they both had a rough understanding of the other's strength. Even if Lin Xuanjin and the others did not form the myriad sword formation, this group of sin spirits would not be their match. Lin Xuanjin seemed to have entered a strange state. Her expression was indifferent, and her eyes were empty without any emotions. Although she mainly cultivated the Sever Sword Dao, the 3 sword arts released a terrifying killing power in her hands as well. A blood mist filled the air. The baptism of blood nourished Lin Xuanjin's carnage, Sword Dao, continuously. Su Zimo had already comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword, and his understanding of the carnage, Sword Dao, surpassed Lin Xuanjin. He could sense that Lin Xuanjin would be able to comprehend the immortal vanquishing sword very soon, and was only lacking an opportunity. The battle lasted for less than 100 breaths before the other party began to collapse. More than 10 sin spirits had already fallen in pools of blood and died. The remaining sin spirits could not defend against the attack of the myriad sword formation and retreated one after another, wanting to enter the darkness of the forest once more. If Lin Xuanjin and the others wanted to continue chasing, it would be difficult for them to maintain the myriad sword formation. Given their methods, they would naturally not encounter any danger. However, Su Zimo and Bai Ming Shui, who were in the center of the sword formation, were unprotected. Yet this was an extremely rare opportunity. If they could kill a few more sin spirits, they would be able to obtain 100 battle merits in this battle alone. I chase after them. The two of you stay here and protect Peak Master Su and Junior Sister Biming. Lin Xuanjin said and chased after them first. Just as she caught up to the edge of the darkness, Lin Xuanjin suddenly stopped and soared into the air, shouting, "Be careful of Yiksha ghosts!" The soil beneath Lin Xuanjin suddenly split open, and a monster with greenish-black skin and sparse green fur on its hump-like head crawled out. It had a steel fork in its hand and charged towards Lin Xuanjin. If Lin Xuanjin had reacted slower and did not stop in time, she would have been pierced by the Yiksha. This monster was extremely ugly and had a sinister appearance. It was the Yiksha race that Su Zimo had seen in the Azura battlefield of the divine firmament immortal domain. However, the Yikshas on the Azura battlefield had died many years ago and merely borrowed the evil blood power to reincarnate. As for the Yiksha before them, its blood chi was surging and it was filled with vitality. It was a true living creature, and its combat strength was countless times stronger than those walking corpses. Chapter 2792. Chapter 2792. Young Monkey. Chapter 2792. Young Monkey. At the same time, 10 black shadows burrowed out of the dense forest and descended from the skies densely like gigantic bats, charging towards Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others. Everyone be careful! Wang Dong's heart skipped a beat as he shouted softly. The bat-like black shadows that descended from the skies were all heaven Yikshas. The group of heaven Yikshas wielded steel forks and grinned with malevolent expressions. 2 rows of sharp and intersecting sawtooth fangs rubbed up and down, emitting a terrifying sound. The Yiksha that had just emerged from the ground was an earth Yiksha. Both types of Yikshas were ugly, and there were obvious differences in their physiques. For example, under the ribs of the heaven Yiksha, there was a thin layer of flesh wings that connected his arms and feet. When they were completely extended, they resembled gigantic bats. The heaven Yikshas were best at combat in midair and had agile movement techniques. As for the earth Yikshas, they were like fishes in water underground. The timing of the Yiksha's attacks was extremely precise. They struck the moment Lin Xuanjin left, and the sword formation dissipated. The Earth Yiksha, its combat strength was very strong, and it was at the Paradise Void Realm. To think that it could fight Lin Xuanjin, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. The group of Yikshas had been hiding in the darkness for an unknown period of time, and observed that Lin Xuanjin had the highest combat strength. Therefore, taking advantage of Lin Xuanjin's departure, they launched a violent attack and divided Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others into 2 battlefields, destroying them one by one. There had to be at least 8 people in order to form the myriad sword formation. 10 heaven Yikshas descended from the skies with ferocious and swift attacks. Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others tried their best to shrink their defensive formation and protect Su Zimo and Biming Shui in the middle. Although there were 10 heaven Yikshas, they could not gain any advantage against Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others. When Su Zimo saw that Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others had the complete advantage, he was not in a hurry to attack. Suddenly, Su Zimo's expression changed, and a killing intent flashed through his eyes. In his perception, an earth Yiksha was sneaking over from the depths of the ground and staring at Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others, waiting for an opportunity to attack. This earth Yiksha was at the Paradise Void Realm and did not take Su Zimo seriously at all. Instead, it wanted to ambush Wang Dong and the others. The earth Yiksha hid extremely deeply underground and held its breath. Its heartbeat became almost negligible, and its bloodline flow was almost static. Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others were fighting the 10 heaven Yikshas and had yet to notice the danger hidden deep underground. In reality, if not for Su Zimo's powerful spirit perception, he might not have sensed the existence of the earth Yiksha as well. Su Zimo sneered and touched his glabella gently with his finger. A green light flashed. It was the peerless divine weapon derived from the creation green lotus after it grew to grade 12. Duckweed sword. Zimo held the duckweed sword in his hand and threw it out without any unnecessary movements. Instantly, the duckweed sword sank into the ground and a 2-finger-wide sword hole appeared. How could the earth Yiksha have expected that a sharp sword would descend from the skies and enter the top of its head without it even moving? Its essence spirit was destroyed and it died on the spot. Even until the moment of its death, the earth Yiksha did not know what happened. Zimo retracted the duckweed sword. The entire process was completed almost silently. Even Wang Dong and the others did not know what had happened, let alone the earth Yiksha deep underground. After Zimo killed the earth Yiksha, the entire situation suddenly changed. The 10 heaven Yikshas who were initially fighting Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu and the others seemed to have sensed something and suddenly became lost and helpless, even having the intention to retreat. The earth Yiksha that was fighting Lin Xuanjin suddenly became flustered and revealed many flaws. It was killed on the spot by Lin Xuanjin's immortal vanquishing sword that was at the level of a quasi-peerless divine power. It seems like the earth Yiksha I killed has a high status. Zimo lamented internally. That was the reason why the Yikshas were flustered. When the 10 heaven Yikshas saw that the situation was bad, they turned around and fled. The auras of Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the others surged. How could they let them escape so easily? They chased after them and cooperated with Lin Xuanjin, who turned around to kill them. In less than 10 breaths, they killed all 10 heaven Yikshas. Although the battle consumed a lot of energy, Wang Dong and the others were a little excited. The 10 heaven Yikshas were all at the Paradise Void Realm. That was 2 battle merits. Coupled with the sin spirits that they had just killed, everyone obtained nearly 150 battle merits in this battle. The trip to the evil fiend battlefield this time round was much smoother than everyone had imagined. Let's leave this place first. After cleaning up the battlefield briefly without resting, Lin Xuanjin led everyone forward. There was a high chance that the stench of blood here would attract even stronger evil fiends and sin spirits. There was even a chance that they would encounter other living beings of the Trichiliocosm. Everyone had just experienced a huge battle and needed to rest. They quickened their pace and finally rushed out of the dense forest before night fell. Let's find a safer place to settle down first, Wang Dong said in a deep voice. Everyone searched along the foot of the mountain and finally found a hidden cave. However, it was unknown what was in the cave and it emitted a nauseating stench. Everyone frowned and revealed looks of disgust, prepared to leave this place and find another resting place. Lin Xuanjin's expression was indifferent as she suddenly said, "It's relatively safe here. This smell can conceal our auras." When he heard that, Zimo's heart skipped a beat, as though he had recalled something and was in a daze. When Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the others saw Lin Xuanjin's decision, they could not say anything. They held their breaths and walked into the cave. Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the walls around the cave. There seemed to be something smeared on it, and that was the stench emitted from the cave. Wang Dong shook his head gently. I wonder what kind of wild beast has such a strange hobby of smearing its species in the cave. Zimo's heart stirred once more. Actually, after Lin Xuanjin said that, he thought of Monkey. However, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? Furthermore, Monkey belonged to the demon race and was an ape. He shouldn't appear in the evil fiend battlefield. The 7 of them brothers have all ascended. However, after his ascension, Zimo had no news of Monkey, Night Spirit, and the others. He did not know where Monkey, Night Spirit, and the others were, or if they were fine. Zimo thought wildly as he followed behind everyone and gradually arrived at the end of the cave. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a soft cry sounded from the end of the cave. Immediately after, in the darkness of the cave, A small monkey stumbled out. It looked like it was only a few months old and had just learned how to walk. The young monkey forced itself to stand up straight and sucked on its fingers. It widened its pitch-black eyes and tilted its head slightly, looking at Suzumo and the others with a curious gaze. Chapter 2793. Chapter 2793. Combat Era. Chapter 2793. Combat Era. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The young monkey did not know how to speak and was not guarded at all when it saw Suzumo and the others. It merely mumbled, as though it was asking something. Occasionally, a faint red light flashed through the young monkey's pitch-black eyes. Suzumo's heart skipped a beat when he noticed the red light. Monkey's eyes had such characteristics as well. The others of the sword world were also surprised to see this young monkey. Wang Dong said, "From the looks of it, this young monkey should be a descendant of a sin spirit and belongs to the sanguine ape race. The red light in its eyes is a unique characteristic of the sanguine ape race." Gong Suinyu said, "The sanguine ape race is not weak among the living beings of the 10,000 races. This is especially true after they mature and awaken the bloodline talent of the sanguine ape race. When they enter a berserk state, their combat strength will increase exponentially, and they can even fight head-on against the top races of the 10,000 races." It was only at that moment that Suzumo realized that monkey belonged to the sanguine ape race of the upper world. Sword Immortal Tai Lai said, "I heard that in an era in the past, the sanguine ape race dominated the trichiliocosm with invincible combat strength." "That's true." Monk Ju Jian nodded slightly. That era was called the Battle Era. At that time, a peerless expert was born in the sanguine ape race. He fought in the trichiliocosm and was invincible. In the end, he was conferred the title of Great Emperor Combat. Gradually, a figure holding a staff and looking down on the world appeared in Suzumo's mind. Back when the martial Tao Prime body underwent the Tribulation Transcendence, an old ape with matchless combat strength was condensed in the 10th Tribulation. Now that he thought about it, it should be Great Emperor Combat. Monk Ju Jian sighed. Great Emperor Combat has spent his life fighting against the heavens, the earth, and even the living beings of the 10,000 races until he died in battle. It's a pity. When he heard that, Suzumo frowned and could not help but ask, "This expert of the sanguine ape race has already become a great emperor. Who could have killed him?" "I'm not sure." Monk Ju Jian shook his head. Great Emperor Combat was bewitched and chose to join forces with the evil fiends and become enemies with the 10,000 races. I'm guessing there was no way the heavenly Tao could have tolerated it, right? It's precisely because he's in cahoots with the evil fiends that the sanguine ape race was implicated and almost wiped out. In the Battle Era, the sanguine ape world was a super large world. Now, countless eras have passed, and the sanguine ape world has yet to recover. It can only be considered a greater world now. Wang Dong said, "The sanguine ape race and the evil fiend battlefield are the descendants of the sanguine ape sin spirits of the Battle Era back then. They have to endure the heavy sins of their ancestors. The sanguine ape world is considered lucky." Gong Suinyu said, "Throughout history, countless worlds and races were annihilated in that catastrophe." Qin Zhong said, "Since ancient times, evil has never triumphed over righteousness. So what if he was Great Emperor Combat? He couldn't defeat the will and power of the living beings of the 10,000 races in the end, since he was in cahoots with the evil fiends. Since it's a descendant of the sin spirits, let us kill it." Shin Yu drew his sword and prepared to kill the young monkey. "Hold on." Suddenly, Suzumo spoke. "Peak Master Su, what's wrong?" Shinyu turned around and asked. The others looked at Suzumo as well. Suzumo said, "This young monkey is only a few months old. Even if it's killed, there won't be any battle merits. Let it live." Actually, a thought flashed through his mind. Could this young monkey be related to Monkey by blood? Although that was unlikely, as long as there was a sliver of possibility, Zimo could not let this young monkey die here. Zimo did not care about what the evil fiends or sin spirits were. He only knew that Monkey was the first brother he made in Tianhuang mainland. When he was still weak and not strong enough, Monkey had risked his life to save him from the mouths of the gray wolves and the swords of Foundation establishment cultivators. If this young monkey was Monkey's child, he would definitely not allow others to hurt it. Amitabha. Monk Zhu Jian chanted a Buddhist proclamation softly. You are benevolent. Peak Master Su. However, Xin Yu was indifferent. Xin Yu said, This monkey doesn't pose much of a threat now, but one day he will grow up and become a ferocious and bloody sin spirit. We'll kill him while he's still young. It can also be considered as eliminating a latent danger to prevent living beings of the other trichiliocosm from dying in his hands. Brother Xin, forget it. Wang Dong persuaded from the side. It's just a young monkey. Actually, Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others had no intention of attacking. In their hearts, they were still resistant against the idea of dealing with a young monkey that was a few months old. The young monkey was like a newborn baby and was like a piece of white paper. It did not know right from wrong and did not have any hatred. It was not guarded against strangers like them at all. Killing such a young monkey was like killing an unarmed child. Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others were all perfected immortals and naturally not inclined towards such behavior. When Shen Yu saw Wang Dong's persuasion, he no longer insisted and shrugged slightly. Whatever. Even if we don't kill it, how long can such a monkey cub survive in the evil fiend battlefield? With that said, Xin Yu walked out of the cave. Before long, a black shadow suddenly darted out from the darkness of the fork and pounced toward Xin Yu, letting out a low roar. Shen Yu's reaction was extremely fast. He retreated sideways immediately and summoned his immortal sword in reverse, stabbing in the direction of the black shadow. Instantly, dozens of sword shadows appeared from the sword and enveloped the black shadow instantly. The black shadow grunted, and a few blood beams burst forth from its body. However, the black shadow did not show any signs of retreating. Instead, it became even more berserk, and its eyes shone with a red light as it charged toward Xin Yu with no regard for its life. Lin Xuanjin and the others hurried over and took a closer look. The black shadow was a tall female ape covered in blood and dust. Apart from the new injuries dealt by Xin Yu, there were also countless old injuries that had yet to scab. The injuries on the female ape's thigh were the most serious. The flesh around the wound had already rotted, revealing the white bones inside, and she limped as she walked. Evil creature, you must have a death wish. Xin Yu's expression was cold. Although the female ape had a paradise void cultivation as well, her injuries were way too severe, and she was no match for Xin Yu. Xin Yu attacked once more. That sword strike was incomparably stunning, and the sword light was resplendent. Instantly, thousands of sword shadows burst forth. Unfathomable and illusory, it was impossible to tell where the true body of the immortal sword was. Under the illumination of the sword light, the female ape felt a sharp pain in her eyes, and 2 streams of blood tears flowed uncontrollably. However, she still widened her eyes as much as possible and charged forward recklessly. She wanted to protect her child, even if it meant risking her life. Xin Yu's gaze was cold, and a hint of disdain flashed through his eyes. That strike of his released the intent of the illusory sword Dao completely. Even in the female ape's peak state, she could not defend against that move, let alone the fact that she was currently injured. The true body of the immortal sword hid behind countless illusory sword shadows and stabbed towards the glabella of the female ape. The moment his immortal sword was about to enter the female ape's glabella, an emerald green light suddenly flashed and pierced through the countless illusions, striking the spine of his immortal sword. Chapter 2794. Chapter 2794. Question. Chapter 2794. Question. Xin Yu shuddered. Not only did the emerald green light destroy his illusory sword Tao, it also struck the weakest point of his immortal sword and was extremely powerful. His arm that wielded the sword shuddered, and he felt a sense of numbness. Xin Yu focused his gaze. The emerald green light was a green sword with a sharp edge that was even above his destiny immortal sword. His attack was obstructed, and the trajectory of his sword deviated. The power of his immortal sword dissipated, and he was naturally no longer a threat to the female ape in front of him. However, the female ape's eyes shone with a sanguine light without any intention of stopping. The green sword did not stop at all. The moment it separated from Shan Yu's immortal sword, it suddenly shifted sideways and landed on the female ape, flicking the latter gently. The green sword was not even as thick as the arm of the female ape. However, with such a casual flick, the female ape's charge stopped immediately. Her tall body was thrown high, and she landed steadily on the ground. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they saw that. At the same time that the green sword broke through the illusory sword Tao, it collided with Shan Yu's immortal sword and released an incomparably ferocious power. In a flash, the green sword landed on the female ape and transformed into a gentle force. The change between toughness and gentleness revealed the exquisite control the sword wielder had over his strength. "Who is it?" "One." Xin Yu hollered and took a deep breath. He circulated his blood qi and held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. He took a step back and focused on defense. "Peak Master Su." Shen Yu turned around and saw Su Zimo standing not far away with the green sword in his hands. Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others were stunned as well. Earlier on, they only saw a figure flash past them. To think that the person who attacked was Su Zimo. What was going on? Peak Master Su could actually see through Brother Shin's illusory sword Tao and even force him back with a single strike. Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others exchanged glances and could see the confusion and disbelief in each other's eyes. The greatest possibility was that Shan Yu did not use his full strength, and Peak Master Su Zhu accumulated all his strength to attack him unprepared, resulting in the earlier effect. In reality, Su Zimo had only used 30% of his strength earlier on because he was afraid of injuring Xin Yu. Peak Master Su Zhu, what's the meaning of this? Xin Yu frowned, and his expression darkened with a hint of anger in his tone. Earlier on, Su Zimo stopped him from killing that monkey cub. Although he was displeased, he did not say anything. After all, the monkey cub that was a few months old posed no threat to them and did not possess any battle merits. However, the female ape in front of him clearly had strong hostility towards them. Furthermore, they could obtain 10 battle merits by killing this female ape. Now that Peak Master Su Zhu stopped him again, Shen Yu could not help but feel a little angry. Furthermore, both parties had just exchanged blows. This was much more serious than mere verbal disputes. When Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others saw that, they hurried over. Although everyone did not say anything, they looked at Su Zimo with doubt. "Peak Master Su Zhu," Xin Yu said in a deep voice, "although your cultivation realm is inferior to mine, you're a peak master. As such, I've never ever looked down on you in the slightest. Peak Master Su, I'd like to ask you about your intentions. It's fine that you protected that monkey cub earlier on, but what's the meaning of you saving this beast now?" Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others looked at Su Zimo as well. Indeed, they could not understand Su Zimo's actions. When the female ape saw so many top experts running out of the cave, she quietened down as well. The red light in her eyes gradually retracted, and she did not attack rashly. Furthermore, through Xin Yu's words earlier on, she at least knew that her child was not dead. The female ape looked at Su Zimo's back view, and a hint of doubt flashed through her eyes. She did not understand why this perfected spirit from the outside world would appear to save her and even protect her child. Although she did not know the reason, The female ape could vaguely sense that the green-robed man was not hostile towards her. "I have a few questions I want to ask her," Suzimo said. And then Shin Yu stared fixedly at Suzimo and asked. Suzimo was silent. Forget it, forget it." Seeing that the atmosphere was a little tense, Wang Dong coughed gently and stood out to smooth things over. "This beast is useful to Peak Master Su. Let Peak Master Su ask him first before we talk." As he said that, Wang Dong nudged Shinyu, indicating for him to go out and calm down first, lest they had more conflicts. Shan Yu took a few steps and sneered when he saw that Wang Dong and the others were still there. "Peak Master Su wants to question the beast. Why are you guys still there?" Wang Dong said, "I'll watch over here to prevent this beast from injuring others." Shin Yu pursed his lips. "As a Peak Master Su Zhu repelled me with a casual attack. Do you think he needs your protection, Brother Wang?" Wang Dong glanced at Su Zimo with an awkward expression. Su Zimo had a calm expression and was not angry. After all, Shin Yu was the #1 of illusory sword peak. It was understandable for him to be indignant that his illusory sword Dao was dispelled by a single attack. Furthermore, as a peak master, he could not be bothered to argue with Shin Yu. Suddenly, Lin Xuanjin said, "You guys can leave. I'll guard here." Wang Dong and the others naturally had no objections to Lin Xuanjin's words. Shin Yu shrugged and turned to leave. Lin Xuanjin took a few steps back, giving Suzimo and the female ape sufficient space. At the same time, if anything happened at that distance, she would be able to attack in time. Right then, the young monkey in the cave heard the commotion outside and crawled out as well. When it saw the female ape, its face was filled with joy as it cried out. When the female ape saw the young monkey, the malevolent aura on her body vanished instantly and her gaze softened. All living beings had maternal instincts. The female ape leaned forward and hugged the young monkey. After checking that there were no injuries, she heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, the female ape still looked at Suzimo warily. Suzimo arrived in front of the female ape and circulated his true essence, condensing an ancient mirror in his palm that revealed the image of monkey. "He's also from your sanguine ape race. Do you know him?" Suzimo asked. The female ape looked at the image on the ancient mirror with a confused expression. She stared at it for a while before shaking her head. Suzimo heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, Monkey should not be in the evil fiend battlefield. At the same time, he was a little disappointed that he did not obtain any news about Monkey. The female ape was covered in injuries and licked the wounds on her body carefully with a fatigued expression. "Where's his father?" Suzimo asked. The female ape paused in her licking and fell silent. After a long while, she said he died in battle. What she meant was probably that he was killed by the living beings of the 10,000 races that descended here. In the evil fiend battlefield, even an adult, perfected spirit sanguine ape could face danger at any moment, let alone a cub. Even so, the female ape did not abandon her child and was even willing to fight to the death. Was this the so-called sin spirit? Suzimo could not sense any difference between the female ape before him and the living beings of the Trichiliocosm. The only difference was that she bore the title of a sin spirit. Chapter 2795. Chapter 2795 Departure. Chapter 2795 Departure. Perhaps it was because the female ape was protecting her son with all her might that he felt compassionate. Perhaps it was because the sight of the sanguine ape race reminded him of Monkey. Or perhaps he had an inexplicable resistance towards the evil fiend battlefield. In short, Suzimo did not want to hurt them. Suzimo took out some healing medicine from his storage bag and placed them in front of the female ape under her puzzled gaze. He roughly explained how to consume the medicine. The female ape looked at Suzimo, still somewhat in disbelief. These living beings from the outside world wanted to kill them in exchange for battle merits. Why was this person so kind? Su Zimo did not explain either. Suddenly, a few green lights shot out from his fingertip and entered the female ape's body instantly. That action was extremely fast, and by the time the female ape reacted, it was already too late. The female ape was enraged and thought that Su Zimo was casting a dermic curse on her. The blood glint in her eyes shone once more as she bared her teeth at Su Zimo, wanting to injure him. However, before long, the female ape's killing intent calmed down with a bewildered expression. The green lights contained immense life force and did not harm her at all. After entering her body, they healed her injuries rapidly. Even the wound on her thigh that was corroded by a curse technique began to develop some tender flesh, showing signs of gradual improvement as her bloodline circulated. At that moment, the female ape finally understood that the human cultivator was healing her. The female ape knelt on the ground and clasped her hands, kowtowing to Su Zimo repeatedly with an emotional expression. The young monkey seemed to have sensed Su Zerno's goodwill as well and ran circles around his feet, squeaking. Su Zimo looked into the young monkey's clear and pitch-black eyes. Those eyes were so innocent and devoid of hatred. In fact, it did not even know that the moment it was born, it carried the burden of a sin spirit and could be killed at any moment in exchange for battle merits. Su Zimo was helpless against their fates. He sighed internally and remained silent for a moment before turning to leave. Su Zimo arrived beside Lin Xuanjin and Bai Mingshui, and the three of them walked side by side towards the exit of the cave. Lin Xuanjin did not say anything about Su Zerno's decision. After a while, she suddenly said, "Peak Master Su, the evil fiend battlefield is not a suitable place for you." Su Zimo was silent. Lin Xuanjin continued, "The reason why we entered the evil fiend battlefield was to kill the evil fiends and sin spirits. The righteous and evil are irreconcilable. Even if you save that sanguine ape today, she will repay kindness with ingratitude if we meet again in the future. Evil fiends are evil fiends, and sin spirits are sin spirits. What do they know about human nature? Perhaps." Su Zimo did not argue, and merely replied indifferently. Right then, voices sounded from outside the cave. "Everyone, do you believe that Peak Master Su Zhu will definitely let that beast go?" It was Shen Yu's voice. Although they were separated by the cave, the Green Lotus True Body's hearing was extremely strong, and he could still hear Shen Yu's voice clearly. Wang Dong lowered his voice and said, "So be it. It's just 10 battle merits. It's not a big deal. It's fine as long as there's no internal strife between all of us." Shen Yu harumphed coldly. "All of you saw it earlier on. He actually fought with me for that beast. What's the meaning of this? As the peak master of a peak in the sword world, does he treat us as disciples of the same world?" Wang Dong persuaded, "Brother Shin, you're exaggerating. Peak Master Su isn't targeting you. It's just that the situation was critical, and we didn't have time to communicate. He could only save the female ape first." Qin Zhong suddenly said, "Actually, I feel that Peak Master Su Zhu is like a burden in our team and seems a little redundant. Not to mention that he can't help much in combat. We have to spend more than half of our energy taking care of him." Pausing for a moment, Qin Zhong added, "Of course, it's our duty to protect our fellow disciples. However, because of him and junior sister Baiming, we 11 lose many opportunities to obtain battle merits." "That's nothing," Monk Zhu Jian said in a deep voice. "From my observations, it's mainly because Peak Master Su Zhu is very scholarly and benevolent. He doesn't seem like someone who is decisive in killing, even when dealing with the evil fiends and sin spirits. It's acceptable for us to release a beast today. However, what should we do the next time we encounter any evil fiends and Peak Master Su Zhu becomes benevolent and wants to let them go as well?" When he heard that, even Wang Dong fell silent. Right then, Wang Dong seemed to have sensed that Lin Xuanjin, Su Zimo, and Bai Mingshui were about to walk out of the cave and instructed hurriedly, "Stop talking." Before long, Su Zimo and the other two arrived outside the cave. Su Zimo looked at Wang Dong, Xin Yu, and the others. "I didn't kill that female ape." "Ha!" Shen Yu could not help but sneer. "See, what did I say?" Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others frowned. Qin Zhong could not help but say as well, "Peak Master Su Zhu, we came to the evil fiend battlefield to fight and obtain battle merits for your sword burial peak. That's 10 battle merits for that female ape, but you let her go just like that. Isn't it a little?" "Fellow Taoist Qin, you are right." Su Zimo nodded and removed the Blessed Heaven World Badge from his waist, handing it to Lin Xuanjin. "There are 10 battle merits on it. It's equivalent to the female ape's life, right?" Everyone focused their gazes and saw that Su Zerno's Blessed Heaven World Badge had 20 battle merits. In other words, apart from the 10 battle merits that Lin Xuanjin gave him initially, Su Zimo also obtained 10 battle merits himself. Right from the beginning, no one knew how Su Zimo got those 10 battle merits. All right. Wang Dong hurriedly stood out to smooth things over and said with a smile, "That's good. With these 10 battle merits, it's equivalent to killing that female ape." Lin Xuanjin, Gong Suinyu, Xin Yu, and the others did not say anything, and the atmosphere turned cold. A moment later, Xin Yu suddenly said, "Peak Master Su Zhu, I might have offended you in my words earlier on. Please forgive me. However, I still want to say something. Why don't you and junior sister Bai Ming leave first?" Fufu. Bai Mingshui could tell the disdain in the hearts of Xin Yu and the others and did not argue. She merely sneered and said to Su Zimo, "Master, let's go." Wang Dong had a helpless expression and could only laugh bitterly. He said tactfully, "Peak Master Su Zhu, junior sister Bai Ming, don't worry. The evil fiend battlefield is too dangerous after all. At the very least, you won't be in any danger when you return to the blessed heaven world." Su Zimo was silent. Actually, the reason why he entered the evil fiend battlefield was partly because he was curious and wanted to take a look. On the other hand, he wanted to protect the perfected immortals of the sword world. Now that he knew the true thoughts of everyone, Su Zimo no longer insisted. With Lin Xuanjin leading the sword world team and the myriad sword formation, they should not be in any danger in the evil fiend battlefield. At that thought, Su Zimo cupped fists slightly. "In that case, I'll bid farewell to everyone and wait for your triumphant return in the blessed heaven world." "All right. Peak Master Su is wise." When they saw Su Zimo agree to leave, Xin Yu, Qin Zhong, and the others were invigorated and could not help but praise. The worry on their faces dissipated rapidly. Everyone felt relieved and could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. Without Su Zhu and Bai Mingshui, it was equivalent to getting rid of a huge burden. They could finally let loose and display their skills to kill to their heart's content in the evil fiend battlefield. Chapter 2796. Chapter 2796. Spirit of the Night. Chapter 2796. Spirit of the Night. Blessed Heaven World Square. Many living beings of the 10,000 races from the Trichiliocosm would gather here. On the one hand, they were observing the terrain and environment of the evil fiend battlefield, watching the battles of the evil fiends and sin spirits to accumulate experience. On the other hand, there were people like Lu Yin, Yulan, and the others who were paying attention to their perfected immortal disciples of the various worlds. Less than half a day after Su Zimo, Lin Xuanjin, and the others entered the evil fiend battlefield, Peak Masters Lu Yin, Yulan, Feng Su, Bai Tianqing, and Meng Hao had yet to leave. Naturally, the 5 of them noticed the scene that Lin Xuanjin and the others had just experienced in the evil fiend battlefield. "It's good for brother Su to head out as well," Lu Yun said. "It's his first time in the blessed heaven world, and he probably doesn't know much about the evil fiends and sin spirits. As such, He can't get decisive to kill them. He'll be fine after observing here for a few more days and getting used to it. Yes. Yulan nodded as well. Without Brother Su and Bai Ming Shui, Xuanjin and the others can do whatever they want. The chances of obtaining 1,000 battle merits in 10 days will increase greatly. As everyone discussed, a gigantic screen suddenly split open and 2 figures walked out. It was Su Zimo and Bai Ming Shui. The 2 of them returned to the blessed heaven world square, and the cracks on the gigantic screen behind them closed in the blink of an eye without leaving any traces. Aren't those 2 from the sword world? They seem to have come out in less than half a day. Someone noticed Su Zimo and Bai Ming Shui and asked softly, "Yes, I watched these 10 people from the sword world for a while just now. The 2 of them were useless inside. They're just 2 burdens. The other 8 people of the sword world have to protect the 2 of them while fighting the evil fiends and sin spirits." I also noticed earlier on that the green-robed cultivator seemed to sympathize with the sin spirit beast inside. I wonder what he's thinking. Lower your voices. A perfected spirit whispered, "I heard that the green-robed cultivator is the peak master of the 9th sword peak of the sword world and has a noble status." Another cultivator said, "I heard that too. So, he's the peak master of the 9th sword peak that the sword world established? Why did they find a celestial being perfected immortal as a peak master? Isn't his cultivation way too weak?" In the blessed heaven world square, some perfected spirits glanced at Su Zimo and whispered. Probably because they wanted to retain Su Zimo's dignity, Lu Yun and the others did not mention anything about what happened in the evil fiend battlefield and merely consoled him. Su Zimo was worried, so he stayed here. His spirit consciousness entered the gigantic screen to observe the situation of Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others. A day passed, and Lin Xuanjin and the others continued forward. Although they encountered some unexpected situations in the evil fiend battlefield, they were not dangerous, and they gained a lot. Furthermore, without needing to protect Su Zimo and Bai Ming Shui, the 8 of them were clearly more flexible. If they encountered a large number of evil fiends and sin spirits, the 8 of them could form the myriad sword formation at any time and use it to fight enemies. They could also disperse at any time and chase after them individually. In just a day, Lin Xuanjin and the others had killed a total of 200 battle merits. However, something unexpected happened once again during this period of time, causing Lu Yin, Yulan, and the others to break out in cold sweat. As Lin Xuanjin and the others advanced, they encountered a plain-clothed sword cultivator. In the evil fiend battlefield, there were not only the evil fiends like the Yaksha, Rakshasa, and Azure races, there were also living beings from various races, including human cultivators. It was not rare to encounter a sword cultivator inside. However, this plain-clothed sword cultivator had a powerful background and was one of the 10 great evil fiends. Every single one of the 10 great evil fiends had comprehended peerless divine powers and were experts at the supreme, perfected spirit realm. Less than a day after entering the evil fiend battlefield, they encountered one of the 10 great evil fiends. The 10 great evil fiends were even stronger than most of the supreme, perfected spirits on the battle merits Jade Steel. In fact, there was no need for the 2 parties to fight. Lin Xuanjin and the others had almost no chance of winning. However, for some unknown reason, the plain-clothed sword cultivator did not attack when he saw Lin Xuanjin and the others. Perhaps it was because he was disdainful or for some other reason. Lin Xuanjin and the others took a detour hurriedly and avoided him. Su Zimo stared at the plain-clothed sword cultivator for a while. The plain-clothed sword cultivator had a majestic figure and wore rough linen clothes. His hair was disheveled and he had an ugly beard. He looked a little unkempt and had a wine gourd on one side of his waist and a rusty sword on the other. Indeed, he's very strong. Su Zimo nodded to himself. Even through the gigantic screen, he could still sense a hint of danger from the plain-clothed sword cultivator with just his spirit consciousness. What's the name of this person? Su Zimo turned to look at Lu Yun and the others and asked softly. Lu Yun shook his head. I'm not sure. Everyone calls him the plain-clothed sword cultivator, but no one knows his name. At the side, Bai Tianqing said casually, it's just a sin spirit. It's fine for them to just have a code name. In any case, their fates are already decided. They'll be killed by the perfected spirits of the trichiliocosm sooner or later. The so-called evil fiend battlefield was like a hunting ground for the living beings of the 10,000 races. The evil fiends and sin spirits inside were prey for the living beings of the 10,000 races. Are there no exceptions? Su Zimo asked. Can the living beings in the evil fiend battlefield ever get a chance to leave? Of course not. Bai Tianqing shook his head. Not to mention the evil fiend battlefield. Even the living beings of the 10 sin grounds have to endure this for generations. Before Bai Tianqing could finish, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly paused, changing his words. There seems to be an exception. Lu Yu nodded as well. I heard that hundreds of years ago, an evil fiend was pardoned by the blessed heaven world and disappeared after leaving the evil fiend battlefield. Yu Lan said, I've heard of it as well. It's said that the evil fiend went on a killing spree the moment he was placed in the evil fiend battlefield. Many paragons and monster incarnates of the living beings of the 10,000 races died tragically in his hands. In just a few years, he became one of the 10 great evil fiends. That was the fastest speed in history. Half of the paragons on the battle merits, jade steel, in the past died in his hands. Meng Hao was speechless when he heard that and exclaimed, he was that strong. Yulan nodded. It said that this evil fiend was born for killing. He did not only possess sharp fangs and claws. Every single bone and scale on his body was a killing weapon. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He frowned and asked curiously, what race is he? I think it's the divine Ho race. Yulan said, this race is extremely rare even in the upper world, and there aren't many of them. However, every single one of them has heaven-defying combat strength. Could it be Night Spirit? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he was surprised and delighted. The first person he thought of was Night Spirit. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and asked once more, does this evil fiend have a name? Yes. Lu Yin said he once occupied 2 mountains in the evil fiend battlefield. One of them was engraved with the word night, and the other with the word Spirit One. Many people called him the Spirit of the Night. Su Zimo was delighted. There was no mistake. From the looks of it, the so-called Spirit of the Night was Night Spirit. Chapter 2797. Chapter 2797. Revenge of the Heavenly Eye World. Chapter 2797. Revenge of the Heavenly Eye World. 7. Why would the blessed heaven world pardon that Spirit of the Night? Su Zimo asked. I'm not sure. Lu Yun shook his head. The people of the blessed heaven world are extremely mysterious and difficult to meet. They don't explain their actions to others. Pausing for a moment, Lu Yun saw that Su Zimo seemed to be interested in the Spirit of the Night and said, I don't know much about the Spirit of the Night. I've only heard a few rumors. Su Zimo nodded. No matter what, the greatest gain for him on this trip to the blessed heaven world was probably news of Night Spirit. Although he did not know why the blessed heaven world pardoned Night Spirit or where he went, he was certain that Night Spirit was growing at a rapid speed and was not inferior to his green lotus true body. The 7 of them brothers had ascended to the upper world. Up till now, he had only received news of Night Spirit and nothing about the other 6. The upper world was way too vast, and the trichiliocosm was boundless. If the 7 brothers wanted to reunite, who knew how long they would have to wait? Brother Su, why don't you return to the residence to rest? There's no need to keep watch here. Lu Yun said, based on the current situation, Lin Xuanjin and the others should not encounter any danger. It's fine if we just have 1 or 2 people to keep an eye on things here. Feng Su said, "The living beings of the 10,000 races of the various worlds are gathered on Blessed Island. Apart from the Blessed Pavilion, there are also some private trading markets that we can take a look at. Why don't I bring you around Blessed Island for a look, Brother Su?" "Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Feng. I'll take a walk myself." Su Zimo rejected with a smile and left the Blessed Pavilion with Bai Ming Shui. He looked around Blessed Island before returning to the residence to rest. In the blink of an eye, the second day passed. Lu Yun and Yu Lan returned to the residence with relaxed expressions. Lu Yun said to Su Zimo, "There's nothing much going on over there." Lin Xuanjin and the others were quite successful. They obtained 200 battle merits on the first day and 100 on the second day. Peak Masters Lu Yun, Yu Lan, Feng Su, and Bai Tianqing took shifts. With 2 of them watching over there, the remaining 2 could return here to rest and conserve their energy. As Lu Yun, Yu Lan, and Su Zimo chatted, Lu Yun suddenly said, "Actually, there's another benefit to renting such a residence on Blessed Island." "Oh." Su Zimo had a questioning expression. Lu Yun explained, "Under normal circumstances, killing and fighting are prohibited in the Blessed Heaven world. However, since we rented this residence, this place is equivalent to the private territory of the Sword World. If there are any fights in this residence, we won't be punished by the rules of the Blessed Heaven world." Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "In that case, if living beings from other worlds barge in, we have every reason to kill them." "Exactly. Therefore, after coming to the Blessed Heaven world, under normal circumstances, you must not enter the private residences of other worlds." Yu Lan said, "There's another benefit to such private residences. Fighting and killing are prohibited in the Blessed Heaven world. However, if someone is bent on killing the other party and is willing to destroy everything indiscriminately, it's difficult to guard against them. Most of the time, life and death are decided in an instant." Su Zimo thought for a moment and understood. If any immortal king expert on the streets outside suddenly attacked a certain perfected spirit, that perfected spirit would almost certainly die. Although the immortal king expert would be punished and killed by the rules of the Blessed Heaven world thereafter, there was no way of saving the perfected spirit who died. Renting such a residence could prevent such a situation from happening. Once outsiders barged in, the Sword World could take action on its own and kill the danger in advance. That explains why a residence as such requires 10 battle merits each day. So, there's such a reasoning behind it. Su Zimo nodded to himself. In the next few days, Su Zimo would occasionally go to the Blessed Pavilion to watch. Lin Xuanjin and the others were rather successful in the evil fiend battlefield. Although they encountered some dangers during this period of time, they managed to resolve everything properly. On the 7th day, Lin Xuanjin and the others had already obtained T.000 battle merits in the evil fiend battlefield. This speed was 3 days faster than everyone had initially expected. Of course, Lin Xuanjin and the others did not return to the Blessed Pavilion immediately. Instead, they continued to search for the evil fiends and sin spirits in the evil fiend battlefield to obtain battle merits. They could only stay in the evil fiend battlefield for 10 days. Now that there were 3 days remaining, no one was willing to waste such a rare opportunity. Furthermore, for Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others, this was a once-a 1,000-year opportunity for them to sharpen their sword Dao. If they only sparred in the sword world, they would never be able to unleash the unique killing power of the sword Dao. Only the baptism and refinement of blood could create a peerless sword Dao. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 8th day since Lin Xuanjin and the others entered the evil fiend battlefield. On this day, Su Zimo was resting with his eyes closed in the residence and comprehending his dermic Dao when hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Immediately after, The door of the residence was knocked open, and a faint smell of blood wafted in. Su Zimo's heart sank. Suddenly he opened his eyes and arrived in the courtyard in a flash. At the same time, Feng Su and Bai Tianqing walked out of their rooms, one after another. Lu Yun and Yu Lan charged in with livid expressions. Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and 5 others behind them looked wretched. It was clear that they had suffered injuries of varying degree. Fortunately, their lives were not in danger. However, the situation was not great for Lin Xuanjin. Lin Xuanjin lay in Yu Lan's arms with her eyes closed. Her lips were pale and her aura was weak. The life force in her body was barely surviving as well. What's going on? Bai Tianqing was enraged and asked loudly. Lu Yan's expression was murderous as he gritted his teeth. People from the heavenly eye world suddenly came. When they entered the evil fiend battlefield, they went for Lin Xuanjin and the others right away. Heavenly eye world. Su Zimo's expression turned cold. Fuck, the heavenly eye world again. Bai Tianqing cursed. Feng Su had an ugly expression as well. Although King Cold, I had once said harsh words. The past few days had been calm and peaceful. Everyone thought that this matter would be over for the time being. To think that the revenge of the heavenly eye world would come so quickly. Feng Su asked coldly, was it Xia Yin of the heavenly eye world? Xia Yin was rank 1 on the battle merits, Jade Steel. No. Lu Yun shook his head. If Xia Yin had come, Lin Xuanjin and the others would probably have been wiped out. It was another heavenly eye perfected spirit on the battle merits, Jade Steel, Xiangmeng. A piece of information flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Xiangmeng, rank 57 on the battle merits, Jade Steel. Bai Tianqing frowned and asked, didn't Lin Xuanjin and the others possess the myriad sword formation and the blessed heaven world badge? How did things end up like this? In the opinion of Bai Tianqing and the others, even if the myriad sword formation could not stop Xiangmeng and the others, Lin Xuanjin and the others could use the blessed heaven world badge to leave the evil fiend battlefield. At the mention of that, Lu Yun clenched his fists and sighed deeply. Yu Lan looked at Lin Xuanjin in her arms with a sorrowful expression. Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others lowered their heads in shame. A moment later, Lu Yun said, the peerless divine power comprehended by Xiangmeng was astral imprisonment. Under the envelopment of that peerless divine power, the myriad sword formation couldn't be circulated and they couldn't unleash much power at all. Chapter 2798. Chapter 2798. Karma. Chapter 2798. Karma. In reality, Su Zimo had already discovered this problem when he was in the evil fiend battlefield. When they first entered the evil fiend battlefield, they encountered an attack from a group of Rakshasas. One of them, a female Rakshasa, released a quasi-peerless divine power. Time stopped, creating an opening in the myriad sword formation. If that was already the case for quasi-peerless divine powers, once the actual peerless divine power, astral imprisonment, descended, it could naturally break the myriad sword formation of Lin Xuanjin and the others. Feng Su frowned and asked, but how did Lin Xuanjin suffer such serious injuries? Where's her blessed heaven world badge? He was puzzled. Although Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, and the others were injured, their lives were not in danger. As for Lin Xuanjin, her combat strength was the strongest. How could her injuries be more serious than Wang Dong and the others? Lu Yun and Yu Lan remained silent with livid expressions. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness swept past Lin Xuanjin, and he suddenly frowned. She burned her essence spirit. Lu Yun sighed and wanted to speak, but hesitated. It's all our fault. Right then, Wang Dong said in a low voice with a guilty expression, at that time we were imprisoned by Xiangmeng's peerless divine power, and our lives were on the line. We had no chance of escaping from the evil fiend battlefield. Senior Sister Lin suddenly summoned the immortal vanquishing sword and severed the imprisonment, telling us to leave quickly. We didn't think too much about it at that time. It was only after we returned to the blessed heaven world square that we realized that Senior Sister Lin had used a secret skill to burn her essence spirit, allowing her to release the immortal vanquishing sword at the power of a peerless divine power to break through astral imprisonment. Upon hearing that, everyone who heard it was moved. This was equivalent to Lin Xuanjin sacrificing herself to save Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the others. Lin Xuanjin cultivated the Sever Sword Dao and was usually rather cold to people and things. However, at the critical moment, she was so resolute and made such a choice. Wang Dong said, after Senior Sister Lin burned her essence spirit, her strength deteriorated rapidly and she suffered a backlash. Her Blessed Heaven World badge was also snatched away by Xiang Meng. Gong Suanyu's eyes were red as he said sadly, if I had known earlier, I would definitely have stayed by Senior Sister Lin's side and fought alongside her. Yulan shook her head. It's useless even if you guys stayed. You would have just been committing suicide. Xuanjin did this because she wanted you guys to survive. In reality, Wang Dong and the others were not cowards. However, at that time, the situation was critical. Wang Dong and the others thought that Lin Xuanjin would return to the blessed heaven world immediately like them. Unexpectedly, after Lin Xuanjin burned her essence spirit and released the immortal vanquishing sword, she suffered a violent backlash. Thereafter, she was entangled by Xiang Meng and the others and did not have the chance to use the Blessed Heaven World badge to leave. Everyone could clearly see that Lin Xuanjin was in an extremely poor state and was already at the end of her rope. Even her essence spirit was severely injured and filled with cracks. The few Immortal King experts present were helpless against such injuries. Even if they brought Lin Xuanjin back to the Sword World now, and looked for an emperor to step in, it would be too late. Lin Xuanjin would not be able to hold out until then. Yulan had a sorrowful expression as she looked at the unconscious Lin Xuanjin in her arms with pity in her eyes. Lin Xuanjin was the strongest perfected immortal of this generation of Sever Sword Peak, and her future achievements were limitless. To think that she would encounter such a calamity in the evil fiend battlefield. For the Sword World, the death of Lin Xuanjin would be an irreparable loss as well. Su Zimo had plans on dealing with Lin Xuanjin's injuries, and he was not in a hurry. Another question flashed through his mind. Xiang Meng snatched Lin Xuanjin's Blessed Heaven World badge away. How did she return? The reason why the Heavenly Eye World came so menacingly was to take revenge. Back in the Seven Stars Sword World, most of the Heavenly Eye race living beings who died were killed by Lin Xuanjin. Naturally, Xiang Meng would pin this blood debt on Lin Xuanjin and would definitely not let her off. However, how could Lin Xuanjin return to the Blessed Heaven World Square without the Blessed Heaven World badge and under the gazes of Xiang Meng and the others? At the mention of that, Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the others had conflicted expressions, as though they were ashamed, confused, and puzzled. In the end, it was Shen Yu who stood out and stammered. That female ape saved Senior Sister Lin. Su Zimo was stunned. There were 10 spatial nodes in the evil fiend battlefield that would change frequently. In 10 days, it was difficult for living beings of the Trichiliocosm to find a spatial node. However, it might not be difficult for the evil fiends and some spirits who live there all year round to find a spatial node. Shen Yu continued. The female ape carried Senior Sister Lin on her back and fled all the way under the pursuit of Xiang Meng and the others, sending Senior Sister Lin into a spatial node. The entire courtyard suddenly fell silent. Everyone witnessed what happened in the cave a few days ago. It was because of Su Zimo's persistence that the female ape survived. For that reason, Shen Yu and the others even had some arguments with Su Zimo. In fact, they persuaded him to leave the evil fiend battlefield. Shin Yu and the others could not stand or understand Su Zimo's benevolence. In their hearts, the evil fiends and sin spirits inside were all heinous and vicious beings. There was no need for them to be merciful. Killing the evil fiends and sin spirits was equivalent to enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Lin Xuanjin had once told Su Zimo that he was not suitable for the evil fiend battlefield. Even if he saved that female ape, this beast would repay kindness with ingratitude in the future. But now it was the female ape, the sin spirit that everyone was talking about, who saved Lin Xuanjin from Xiang Meng and the others. This matter made Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, Xin Yu, and the others doubt themselves for the first time. Were the evil fiends and sin spirits inside really ferocious and vicious beings? Why did this female ape know how to repay kindness? If they had killed the female ape back then, Lin Xuanjin would not have been able to leave the evil fiend battlefield and would have probably endured insufferable humiliation in the hands of Xiangmeng. Were they wrong? Everyone was puzzled, confused, filled with doubts, and also relieved. Thankfully, Su Zimo's persistence saved the female ape's life. That was also the reason why Lin Xuanjin could escape from Xiangmeng's pursuit. This was karma. These people did not realize that if not for their resistance and rejection towards Su Zimo, the scene before them might not have happened. That in itself was yet another result of karma. After a long silence, Su Zimo asked, "What happened to the female ape after that?" Wang Dong, Xin Yu, and the others lowered their heads. After an unknown period of time, Xin Yu said softly, "She's dead." He did not dare to look up or meet Su Zimo's eyes. He would never forget the scene he saw through the gigantic screen. The female ape broke through countless attacks to save Lin Xuanjin and fled the entire way. She was chased by Xiang Meng and the others and was covered in injuries. However, she protected Lin Xuanjin with all her might and escaped into a spatial node, using the last bit of her strength to send Lin Xuanjin out. The evil fiends and sin spirits inside could not leave through the spatial node. The female ape could no longer run and was caught by Xiang Meng and the others. She was killed effortlessly as though an ant was crushed. It was just a sin spirit. Her death shouldn't have been significant. However, for some unknown reason, Xin Yu felt guilty the entire time. Perhaps it was towards Su Zimo, perhaps it was towards the female ape. Su Zimo closed his eyes expressionlessly. Everyone was immersed in sadness, and no one noticed him. Only Bai Ming Xue could vaguely sense that her master was truly enraged. Chapter 2799. Chapter 2799. Entering the evil fiend battlefield again. Chapter 2799. Entering the evil fiend battlefield again. Li 0. Let's go back. After a long time, Lu Yin took a deep breath and said, "The fallen leaves return to their roots. No matter what, we have to bring Lin Xuanjin back to the Sword World." This trip to the blessed heaven world could be considered a complete failure for the Sword World. Yesterday, the battle merits of Wang Dong and the others were transferred to Lin Xuanjin's blessed heaven world badge. There were already 1,000 battle merits. But now the IOOO battle merits were snatched away by Xiang Meng as well. Most importantly, the number 1 perfected immortal of the Sword World, Lin Xuanjin, was severely injured and on the verge of death. This was a huge blow to everyone in the Sword World. Lin Xuanjin can still be saved. Right then, a voice sounded. Everyone looked over, and instantly, their gazes landed on Su Zimo. There were thousands of sword cultivators in the courtyard who were initially from the 7 Stars Sword World. They did not know much about Su Zimo. They only knew that he was the peak master of the 9th Sword Peak, but his cultivation realm was not high. Although everyone did not say anything, they had their doubts. Even the Immortal King experts present were helpless. What could a perfected immortal do? Lu Yun looked at Su Zimo and seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up as he asked hurriedly, "For real?" Brother Su, can you really save Xuanjin? Yulan looked at Su Zimo with a trembling voice. Leave it to me. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Put Lin Xuanjin in her room. Everyone, wait outside and don't disturb us. Yulan was still hesitant when Lu Yun nudged her gently and sent a voice transmission with a spirit consciousness. Man, you're so concerned that you're flustered. Don't forget Su Zhu's bloodline. Yulan was delighted to hear Lu Yun's reminder. Back then, Bai Mingshui was even more severely injured than Lin Xuanjin during the Tribulation Transcendence. If Su Zhu could save her, Xuanjin would definitely be fine. At that thought, Yulan hurriedly carried Lin Xuanjin into a room at the side. Su Zimo followed suit and closed the door after Yulan left. To Su Zimo, it was not difficult to save Lin Xuanjin. There was also the sriracha fruit in his storage bag. Using the sriracha fruit to nourish Lin Xuanjin's essence, spirit injuries, and coupled with the lotus life finger, he could inject life force into Lin Xuanjin's body continuously. Under continuous stimulation, Lin Xuanjin would gradually recover. Everyone from the sword world waited in the courtyard and prayed silently. It was already the 8th day since they arrived in the blessed heaven world. There were only 2 days left. Lu Yun and the others believed in Su Zimo's methods, but they were not sure if 2 days were enough. The wait seemed to be extremely long and torturous. Finally, after another day and a half, the door to that room finally opened. Su Zimo stood at the door, his face slightly pale. Continuous healing for an entire day and a half took a considerable toll on him. How's everything? Lu Yun, Yulan, and the others looked nervous and uneasy. Su Zimo did not say anything and merely nodded. Lu Yun, Yulan, and the others were overjoyed. Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the others could not help but shout as well. If Lin Xuanjin was truly alive, they would suffer less guilt in their hearts. Even if they did not obtain any battle merits on this trip, they would not have lost much either. The 4 peak masters, Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the others were concerned about Lin Xuanjin and moved one after another, pouring into the room. She might be asleep for a while. Su Zimo said, time is a little tight. Her injuries have yet to recover, and she still has to recuperate for a period of time. Everyone could see it clearly. Lin Xuanjin lay flat on the bed. Although she was still unconscious, her complexion had already recovered and her breathing was stable. The cracks on her essence, spirit, had already disappeared and the life force in her body was gradually recovering. She's alive! She's alive! Yulan was excited. Lu Yin and the others were all smiles as well. The remaining Sword World cultivators gathered at the door and looked in as well. Everyone's attention was on Lin Xuanjin, and almost no one noticed that someone had left the residence silently. Only Bai Mingshui saw his back view through the gaps in the crowd. However, she did not say anything or stop him. That was because she knew where her master was going and what he was going to do. Su Zimo left the residence with a dark expression and headed straight for the blessed pavilion. He had to seek justice regarding this matter. Be it for Lin Xuanjin, the Sword World, or the female ape he had only met once, he had to enter the evil fiend battlefield again. If he was not wrong, Xiang Meng and the others should still be in the evil fiend battlefield. There was still half a day left until the 10-day deadline. For Su Zimo, that was enough. Before long, Su Zimo arrived at the Blessed Pavilion. After entering the Blessed Pavilion, he turned right and headed straight for the Blessed Heaven World Square. At that moment, many living beings from the various worlds were still gathered in the Blessed Heaven World Square. When they saw Su Zimo enter, many people started discussing softly. Look, isn't that the new peak master of the 9th sword peak of the Sword World? The 8 people of the Sword World returned in defeat. I heard that the number 1 perfected immortal, Lin Xuanjin, could not even survive. Why is this person here again? Could he be here to take revenge on Xiangmeng of the heavenly eye world? Someone said in a mocking manner, "Is he going to commit suicide?" Ha! A burst of laughter sounded from the crowd. In the blessed heaven world, killing and fighting were not allowed. Coupled with the fact that Lin Xuanjin and the others of the sword world were severely injured, it was naturally inevitable that they would attract criticism and ridicule. A young dragon said with a fake smile, "Everyone, don't forget that he's a peak master of the sword world." The disciples of the sword world were beaten up until they peed their pants and lost their armor. Naturally, the peak master of the ninth sword peak has to stand out and seek justice for the disciples of the sword world to regain their dignity. Although the dragon spoke seriously, everyone could hear the mockery in his tone. A burly barbarian grinned. If he really dares to enter the evil fiend battlefield to cause trouble for Xiangmeng, I'll respect him as a man. How arrogant and ignorant must he be to dare enter the evil fiend battlefield alone with a cultivation of the celestial being realm? A god race being sneered. Su Zimo had a calm expression and ignored the discussions around him. He merely stared at the 10 gigantic screens in midair, searching for the locations of Xiangmeng and the others. When everyone saw Su Zimo standing motionlessly in the blessed heaven, world square, they thought that he was afraid. Some busybodies were afraid that there would not be anything interesting to watch and egged on. "Hey, Peak Master, are you afraid? Xiangmeng of the Heavenly Eye race has already bullied your sword world. As a Peak Master, don't be afraid. Go take revenge on the Heavenly Eye race. That's right, kill Xiangmeng. Haha." A celestial being, perfected immortal of the sword world, barging into the evil fiend battlefield single-handedly to fight a supreme, perfected spirit of the heavenly eye world. Imagine how awesome that would sound. Even if you die, your name will be passed down for eternity. Are you looking for Xiangmeng and the others? They're in Area 3. In the crowd, Su Zimo finally heard a useful piece of information. Through the third gigantic screen, he quickly locked onto Xiangmeng's location in Area 3. Su Zimo retracted his spirit consciousness with a calm expression and walked to the teleportation formation. With a flash of light, he disappeared from the blessed heaven world square. Chapter 2800. Chapter 2800. I'm here to kill you. Chapter 2800. I'm here to kill you. Looking at Su Zimo's disappearing figure, the living beings in the blessed heaven world square were stunned and could not react for a moment. Is the peak master of the ninth sword peak a fool? He really went in. Although everyone was instigating Su Zimo earlier on, not many people thought that Su Zimo would really dare to enter the evil fiend battlefield. A dragon pondered for a moment and analyzed. Could it be that the title of a peak master gave him the illusion that he's really invincible and can even defeat a supreme, perfected spirit? Look, he landed in Area 4. From the direction he's heading, he's indeed heading for Xiangmeng. That's crazy. It's been a long time since I've seen such a naive cultivator, haha. Given his cultivation realm, it's already not bad if he can enter Area 3 alive, let alone take revenge on Xiangmeng. That's right. Once the evil fiends and some spirits along the way discover his tracks and realize that he's a lone cultivator, there's no way they will let him off. After that discussion, more than half of the cultivators and living beings in the blessed heaven world square focused their gazes on Su Zimo. After entering the evil fiend battlefield through the teleportation formation, they would land at a random location. Of course, since he had already locked onto Xiangmeng in Area 3, there was no need for him to delay, and he could just speed over. Although the locations of Xiangmeng and the others would change as well, it would be much easier to search for them once he was there. Su Zimo rose into the air and did not hide his tracks. He soared through the air and released a supreme divine power, boundless golden light, that allowed him to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. He really has a death wish. When they saw that many perfected spirits in the blessed heaven world square shook their heads with mocking expressions. "I take back what I just said." A god race being sneered. "Given the way he's traveling, he won't be able to survive for more than an hour, let alone enter Area 3. The other perfected spirits agreed as well. Everyone knew that in the evil fiend battlefield, the safest way to avoid being targeted by more evil fiends and sin spirits was to advance cautiously on the ground. Su Zimo's way of flying was way too conspicuous and could easily expose himself to the gazes of many evil fiends and sin spirits. Unless one was a supreme perfected spirit, no one would dare to travel in this manner in the evil fiend battlefield. Indeed, before everyone could stop their discussion, some sin spirits had already targeted Su Zimo. In front of him was a living being that was 1,000 feet tall and shrouded in pitch-black fiend chi. Its gigantic body was indomitable, like a fiend celestial, and looked similar to humans. However, it had sharp horns on its head that were filled with mysterious spiral patterns. Azura race. Roar. The Azura perfected spirit had 4 arms and 2 heads and let out a deafening roar in Su Zimo's direction at the same time. At the same time, the Azura waved its 4 gigantic arms and spread out massive hands that blotted out the skies, enveloping Su Zimo. Su Zimo ignored it completely, and a pair of almost transparent wings suddenly grew behind him. With a flap of his wings, Su Zimo's speed increased exponentially. Coupled with heavenly feet, boundless golden light, and other powerful escape techniques, he passed through the fingers of the Azura. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo left the Azura behind. Even a group of sin spirits who were initially prepared to kill Su Zimo missed. They had not expected Su Zimo's movement technique to be so fast. The SM spirits chased for a while longer. Not only did they fail to catch up, they even lost track of Su Zimo completely. In the blessed heaven world square, a god race being harumphed coldly. This person's movement technique is not bad, but it's useless. No matter how fast he is, can he compare to the heaven Yikshas inside? That's right. Given how conspicuous he is in the air, it won't be long before he's targeted by the heaven Yikshas. Just as everyone was discussing, a group of heaven Yikshas descended from the skies and let out ear-piercing cries with malevolent expressions as they pounced toward Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not want to delay on the way and could not be bothered with the Yiksha race. Another pair of wings grew beneath the ethereal wings. The pair of wings were surrounded by lightning and were as fast as the wind. Zephyr Thunder Wings. Ethereal wings and Zephyr Thunder Wings flapped at the same time. Su Zimo's body shone with lightning, and his speed increased once more. Instantly, he charged out of the encirclement of the heaven Yikshas and vanished on the spot. Instantly, many heaven Yikshas were stunned. By the time they reacted, Su Zimo had already fled into the horizon. Given their movement techniques and speed, there was no way they could catch up. Well, the living beings in the blessed heaven world square were dumbfounded. Even supreme perfected spirits on the battle merits, jade, steel, might not have such speed and movement techniques. A barbarian said, "No wonder this person dared to enter the evil fiend battlefield alone." So, that's where he got his confidence from. The god race being was still stubborn and said coldly, "So what if he can escape the obstruction of the heaven Yikshas? He'd better pray that he doesn't encounter the Rakshasa, ghosts inside." In the evil fiend battlefield, the ones with the fastest movement techniques were not the heaven Yikshas, but the Rakshasa ghosts. Su Zimo sped continuously and encountered several obstructions along the way. However, he relied on his terrifying speed of his movement techniques to escape easily. Many evil fiends and sin spirits could not even touch the corner of his clothes. The moment he entered Area 3, he was still targeted by a group of Rakshasas. Many living beings in the blessed heaven world square noticed that and perked up, looking forward to a massive hunt. However, the strange thing was that the moment the Rakshasas charged forward, they dispersed for some reason and allowed Suzimo to leave without stopping him. What's going on? What the hell? The living beings in the blessed heaven world square were dumbfounded. Only Suzimo, who was in the evil fiend battlefield, could vaguely guess the reason. A few days ago, he had attacked and intimidated the female commander of the Rakshasa race. She must have warned the other Rakshasas not to provoke him. Without the obstruction of the Rakshasas, the other evil fiends and some spirits were almost completely insignificant to him. Suzimo's journey in the evil fiend battlefield could be described as smooth. He entered Area 3 as quickly as possible and sped toward Xiangmeng and the others. Before long, Suzimo finally arrived at his destination. However, Xiangmeng and the others were not here. He observed the surroundings carefully and discovered some bloodstains from a battle. Following the clues, he continued searching and finally caught up to Xiangmeng and the others at the foot of a mountain. Xiangmeng was a supreme, perfected spirit after all, and was alerted right away. He turned around abruptly and saw a scholarly green-robed cultivator flying over not far behind him. A sword cultivator of the sword world dares to enter. When Xiangmeng saw the sect badge on the green-robed cultivator's waist, he recognized him instantly. A crack appeared on the heavenly eye on his glabella, revealing a stern killing intent. Xiangmeng scanned with his spirit consciousness and detected the cultivation realm of the person. He could not help but sneer and raise his brows. Perfected immortal of the celestial being realm, what are you doing here? I'm here to kill you, the green-robed cultivator replied. Chapter 2801. Chapter 2801. One strike. Chapter 2801. One strike. Kill me? You. Ha ha ha. As though he had heard the funniest thing in the world, Xiangmeng reared his head in laughter with a mocking expression. Even supreme perfected spirits ranked before him on the battle merits jade. Steel would not dare to casually say that they wanted to kill him, let alone this celestial being perfected immortal before him. Besides Xiangmeng were 9 perfected spirits of the Heavenly Eye race who were all at the Paradise Void Realm. When they heard that, the Heavenly Eye perfected spirits sneered as well. A Heavenly Eye perfected spirit volunteered. Commander Xiang, leave this ant to me. He's not worthy of dying in your hands. Let's go. Xiangmeng nodded casually and turned around. He stood with his hands behind his back and could not even be bothered to look at Suzimo. For living beings of the 10,000 races in the Trichiliocosm, they would only be taken seriously once they became supreme, perfected spirits. Swoosh! The Heavenly Eye perfected spirit flashed and stood opposite Suzimo. The Heavenly Eye on his glabella was half open as he said with a smile, "How should I kill you? Killing you with a single move seems a little boring. How about I play a little with you?" Suzimo could not be bothered to talk to him. In a flash, he arrived before the Heavenly Eye perfected spirit. It was too fast. That speed had already surpassed a certain level of laws and crossed countless layers of space instantly. Suzimo did not pretend at all. Raising his hand slightly, he condensed his finger sword and stabbed towards the glabella of the Heavenly Eye perfected spirit. The Heavenly Eye perfected spirit was shocked and his pupils constricted. Before the sword finger arrived, the Heavenly Eye on his glabella could not withstand the sharpness of the finger sword and felt a sharp pain as scarlet blood flowed. At that moment, it was already too late for him to teleport. He could only roar and open the Heavenly Eye on his glabella with all his might, channeling his essence, spirit crazily, wanting to defend against Suzimo with the power of his Heavenly Eye. However, the moment he opened his Heavenly Eye, the finger sword descended and tapped on his Heavenly Eye instantly. Crack! Crack! A cracking sound came from his glabella. At the same time, the back of the Heavenly Eye perfected spirit's head suddenly split open, and a 2-finger-wide hole appeared with fresh blood gushing out. With just a single finger strike, Su Zimo blinded the heavenly eye perfected spirit's heavenly eye. At the same time, the sharpness of his finger sword was way too strong, and his remaining strength was not exhausted as it pierced through his head. After the heavenly eye race advanced to the perfected one realm, all their dharmic daos would condense in the heavenly eye at their glabella. For the heavenly eye perfected spirits, their heavenly eyes were their Tao fruits, and their Tao fruits were their heavenly eyes. Now that his heavenly eye was shattered, his essence spirit was destroyed by the sharpness of Su Zimo's finger sword, and he died on the spot. Instant kill with a single finger strike. A paradise void perfected spirit of the heavenly eye race could not even last a single round against Su Zimo and could not retaliate at all. The expressions of the remaining heavenly eye perfected spirits changed when they saw that Xiangmeng, whose back was originally facing Su Zimo, felt an unprecedented sense of danger the moment he heard the terrified and struggling roars of his clansmen. It was as though a calamity was about to descend the next moment. This is bad. Xiangmeng's heart sank. Without hesitation, he channeled his essence spirit and opened his heavenly eye on his glabella, turning around abruptly. Astral imprisonment. Xiangmeng growled. The moment he turned around, the heavenly eye on his glabella released a powerful, peerless divine power that enveloped Su Zimo. Time and space were both frozen. Not only was time stopped, space was also frozen. Su Zimo was frozen in midair and could not move at all. The distance between the two of them was only an arm's length. If Xiangmeng was any slower, he might have died. Fortunately, he was not careless and released his peerless divine power right away when he realized that the situation was bad. This was the experience accumulated through the countless baptisms of blood, as well as life and death experiences. Looking at Su Zimo, who was inches away, Xiangmeng broke out in cold sweat and was enraged. Gritting his teeth, Xiangmeng glared at Su Zimo with anger in his three eyes and said coldly with a murderous aura, "You're still too inexperienced to want to kill me. I'm going to slice you into pieces and let you die bit by bit in fear. In the end, I'll burn your bones and scatter your ashes." Crack! Crack! Suddenly, strange sounds sounded from Su Zimo. Under Xiangmeng's gaze, for pairs of ivory tusks that were as white as jade grew slowly behind Su Zimo, emitting a terrifying aura. Under normal circumstances, astral imprisonment targeted not only the cultivator's body, but also their bloodline, essence spirit, true essence, and even dharmic daos. But now an incomparably powerful divine power surged from Su Zimo's body. Unless it was a peerless divine power. Only peerless divine powers could defend against his peerless divine power. When Xiangmeng thought of that, he was shocked. This perfected immortal was only at the celestial being realm, but had already comprehended a peerless divine power. Immediately after, the power in Su Zimo's body increased exponentially. His glabella shone, and his spirit consciousness surged. Suddenly, a blinding blood-colored sword beam with a chilling killing intent burst forth from his body. The sword beam seemed to be able to kill everything and destroy the world. The sword beam seemed to be condensed with the strongest killing intent in the world and broke through the astral imprisonment that enveloped Su Zimo instantly. Peerless divine power, the immortal vanquishing sword. Pissed, Xiangmeng gasped, and his expression changed in shock with disbelief on his face. A second peerless divine power. How was that possible? After releasing two peerless divine powers in succession, this person's essence, spirit, did not collapse. Not only that the immortal vanquishing sword released by this person could actually break through his astral imprisonment. This meant that this celestial being perfected immortal who was 2 minor realms away from him could definitely fight him head-on in terms of combat strength. A supreme perfected spirit. The green-robed cultivator before him was a supreme perfected spirit expert. Xiangmeng was really shocked. The moment he was slightly distracted, a green light burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella and entered Xiang Meng's body instantly, seeping out from behind him. Xing. Right in front of the horrified gazes of a few living beings of the Heavenly Eye race, Xiang Meng's body was split into two from the middle by the green light. Blood spewed and his organs flowed, scattering on the ground. Xiang Meng's essence spirit was destroyed and he died. The green light revealed its true form. It was a sharp and cold jade-green sword, the duckweed sword. The strongest talent of the Heavenly Eye race was the Heavenly Eye on their glabella. Because they possessed this innate eye, they were able to comprehend divine powers, dharmic das, and the mysteries of the world with greater ease. This Heavenly Eye was their source of power. However, the bloodline and physique of the Heavenly Eye race were not considered top tier among the 10,000 races. Once Su Zimo broke free from astral imprisonment, at that distance, Xiang Meng could not defend against his killing intent at all. Furthermore, Xiang Meng did not even have the chance to dodge when he summoned the duckweed sword. Xiang Meng was originally wearing a layer of defensive armor, but it was instantly broken by the duckweed sword, a treasure that would only be born after the creation green Lotus advanced to grade 12. There were not many divine weapons in the entire trichiliocosm that could defend against the sharpness of the duckweed sword, let alone flesh and blood. Chapter 2802. Chapter 2802. Wiped out. Chapter 2802. Wiped out. The remaining 8 Heavenly Eye perfected spirits opened their mouths in shock. Xiang Meng died too quickly and too suddenly. They could not accept it or believe it for a moment. How was that possible? Xiang Meng was a supreme, perfected spirit. A perfected spirit expert with combat strength that could be ranked in the top 100 in the entire trichiliocosm was sliced into two by a single sword strike. In their eyes, Xiang Meng had died too easily after being killed by Su Zimo's sword. However, in reality, Su Zimo had to release 2 peerless divine powers in succession and combine them with the duckweed sword to kill Xiang Meng with a single strike. Although it seemed like a short exchange, only the dead Xiang Meng knew how terrifying it was. The remaining 8 Heavenly Eye perfected spirits were stunned, but Su Zimo did not stop. The duckweed sword slashed open Xiang Meng's body. Su Zimo followed the sword and passed through the blood fog. With the duckweed sword in hand, he appeared before 2 other Heavenly Eye perfected spirits instantly. Buzz! The duckweed sword streaked past the 2 of them and trembled, emitting a resplendent green light. The heads of the 2 Heavenly Eye perfected spirits were sliced off neatly and tossed high into the air. Sharp sword chi surged into their consciousnesses and strangled the essence spirits of the 2 Heavenly Eye perfected spirits. The remaining 6 Heavenly Eye perfected spirits finally reacted. 2 of them opened their heavenly eyes angrily and wanted to resist. Petrification Eye. Storm Eye. A strange power descended on Su Zimo and surged into his body. In reality, if that petrification Eye continued to grow, there was a chance to comprehend the peerless divine power, astral imprisonment. However, the petrification power alone could not restrict Su Zimo at all. Su Zimo had the body of a grade 12 creation green lotus, and the petrification power did not affect him at all. He did not stop, carrying the duckweed sword. He slashed through the storm that had just condensed in front of him and arrived in front of the 2 Heavenly Eye perfected spirits, piercing the glabella of one of them. Using the remaining momentum, he slashed in reverse and split the other party into 2. When the remaining 4 Heavenly Eye perfected spirits saw that, they did not dare to resist and reached for the blessed heaven world badge at their waists, prepared to escape from the evil fiend battlefield. Su Zimo spun the duckweed sword in his hand and slashed in the direction of the 4 of them. Instantly, the duckweed sword seemed to have transformed into countless sword shadows that descended from the skies. The void around the 4 heavenly eye-perfected spirits distorted and collapsed, forming a gigantic tomb. Countless green sword shadows intertwined and descended, falling into the tomb, creating a lifeless sword tomb that severed life. Before the 4 heavenly eye-perfected spirits could escape from this place, they fell into the sword tomb and were pierced by countless green sword shadows. Their bodies were filled with sword holes and blood flowed profusely. They died. The sword burial Tao was displayed in front of the world for the first time and buried the 4 heavenly eye-perfected spirits instantly. The battle began all of a sudden and ended abruptly as well. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Meng and the others of the heavenly eye world were completely wiped out without a single survivor. The blessed heaven world square was suddenly so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The living beings of the 10,000 races from various worlds were shocked when they witnessed what happened in the evil fiend battlefield with their own eyes. The scene earlier on had exceeded everyone's imagination. Xiang Meng was killed by a single slash from the peak master of the 9th sword peak, and the other heavenly eye-perfected spirits were slaughtered by him as though he was cutting vegetables. The entire process merely took a few breaths, but Xiang Meng's entire group was killed. Even with the blessed heaven world badges, they could not escape. This was not a huge battle, but more like a one-sided massacre. Looking at the green-robed man clearing the battlefield in the evil fiend battlefield and that delicate face, a chill suddenly rose in the hearts of many perfected spirits. When did such a ruthless person appear in the sword world? It was no wonder why this person was a peak master. In the residence of the sword world, under the anticipation and worry of many sword cultivators, Lin Xuanjin woke up slowly and gradually regained consciousness. Lin Xuanjin's first reaction when she woke up was to touch the blessed heaven world badge on her waist. After touching nothing, a hint of disappointment flashed through her eyes. Yu Lan could tell that Lin Xuanjin was disappointed and consoled her. "Xuanjin, it's all right. As long as you're fine, there's always a chance to obtain battle merits in the future." Lin Xuanjin seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Where's that female ape? How is she?" "She's dead." Yu Lan sighed gently and did not hide anything. Lin Xuanjin lowered her head. Although she was expressionless, her heart ached. When she recalled what she said to Su Zimo in the cave back then, she felt even more guilty and regretful. "Xuanjin, how do you feel? Do you feel any discomfort?" When Yu Lan saw that Lin Xuanjin was silent, she asked again with concern. Lin Xuanjin snapped out of her senses and checked her condition. Although her injuries had not healed, she was mostly fine. Furthermore, there was no trace of her burning her essence spirit, as though it had never happened. How could this be? Lin Xuanjin knew very well the consequences of burning her essence spirit. Furthermore, she was severely injured by Xiang Meng and would definitely not survive. "Master, did you guys save me?" Lin Xuanjin asked. "It was Peak Master Su Zhu." Yu Lan said, "Brother Su spent a day and a half to pull you back from the brink of death. He was the only one who could save you." Lin Xuanjin vaguely recalled that in her groggy state, someone seemed to have been casting dermic arts on her and injecting life force into her. She did not expect it to be Su Zhu. "Where's Peak Master Su?" Lin Xuanjin struggled to sit up from the bed, prepared to thank Su Zimo in person. "Brother Su. He was just here." Yu Lan, Lu Yun, and the others looked around for traces of Su Zimo. Just as Bai Mingxue was about to speak, arrogant laughter sounded from outside. "Ha ha ha. Brother Lu, you didn't expect us to meet so quickly, right? Is Lin Xuanjin from your sword world still alive?" The person's words were filled with mockery and gloating. It was King Cold Eye of the heavenly eye world. Lu Yun, Yu Lan, and the others' expressions darkened. They turned around and walked out of the room, looking coldly at King Cold Eye and the others standing outside. When King Cold Eye saw Lu Yin appear, the curve in his eyes intensified as he continued, smiling. Lu Yin, why are you looking at me so angrily? I wasn't the one who killed Lin Xuanjin. She's the one with a weak cultivation and could not fight against Xiang Meng of my heavenly eye world. In a fight between those of the same cultivation realm, she can only blame herself for being inferior. Lu Yin sneered. King Cold Eye, don't worry. I'm not as shameless and ruthless as you to slaughter billions of innocent living beings, just because I had a weak son whose heavenly eye was blinded in the evil fiend battlefield due to his own inferiority. Humph. At the mention of that, King Cold Eye retracted his smile and said slowly, Lu Yin, I once told you that the blood of my heavenly eye race shall not be spilled in vain. Lin Xuanjin's death is only a lesson for your sword world. Don't meddle in other people's business, let alone my heavenly eye world. Right then, a slightly weak voice sounded from the residence. King Cold Eye, sorry to disappoint you. Lin Xuanjin walked out of the room slowly and said indifferently, I'm quite lucky and won't die just yet. Chapter 2803. Chapter 2803. Are you stupid? Chapter 2803. Are you stupid? She's not dead. When King Cold Eye saw Lin Xuanjin walk out, his expression darkened. He had seen the situation yesterday clearly in the blessed Heaven World Square. How could she have survived until now after suffering such serious injuries? Furthermore, it seemed like Lin Xuanjin was in a good state and was clearly out of danger. King Cold Eye's expression changed erratically before returning to normal. He smiled and said, I can't say that I'm disappointed. You were lucky this time round, but you won't be so lucky next time. Furthermore, Xiang Meng of my heavenly eye world snatched away more than 1,000 battle merits from you guys. You should be the ones disappointed. Lu Yin said indifferently, losing battle merits is nothing. As long as we're alive, we can always get back the lost battle merits one day. Ha ha ha. King Cold, I burst into laughter. Lu Yin, you're too naive. As long as I'm around, the people of your sword world will never be able to obtain battle merits. Every time our heavenly eye clansmen see someone from your sword world, we'll kill them. If we see them twice, we'll kill them twice. We'll kill until the perfected spirits of your sword world will never be able to rise. We'll make sure that the people of your sword world will never dare to step foot into the evil fiend battlefield. You. Bai Tianqing was enraged when he heard that and glared angrily. If not for the fact that fighting was prohibited in the blessed heaven world, he might have already fought King Cold Eye. Lu Yun, Yulan, and the others had grim expressions as well. King Cold Eye, don't go too far. Feng Su clenched his fist slightly. Go too far. King Cold Eye chuckled. Didn't you guys say it so well when you were meddling in our affairs? Fights in the evil fiend battlefield happen between those of the same cultivation realms. Even if they die, they can only blame themselves for being inferior. So how am I going too far? Lu Yin took a deep breath. King Cold Eye, your heavenly eye race has 2 supreme perfected spirits now. Naturally, you have the right to be arrogant. However, there will be a day when supreme perfected spirits will be born in our sword world as well. At that time, we'll settle everything in the evil fiend battlefield. In fact, that was the case. As of now, Peak Master Su Zhu of the 9th Sword Peak had already comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword. As long as he cultivated to the Paradise Void realm, he would become a supreme, perfected spirit. Bai Ming Xue had transcended the unprecedented 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation and even obtained the inheritance of another peerless divine power of the Sword Dao. There was also Yin Ting. His talent in the Sword Dao was rare throughout history, and he had long comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword to the level of a quasi-peerless divine power. Both he and Bai Ming Xue were only at the convergence realm. As long as they did not die prematurely and had sufficient time to cultivate and comprehend in the future, there was a high chance that they would grow into supreme, perfected spirits. Of course, the cultivation realms of the three of them were relatively low, and it might take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years for them to cultivate to the paradise void realm. As of now, the person who had the greatest hopes and chances of becoming a supreme, perfected spirit was Lin Xuanjin. "Oh!" King Cold, I deliberately provoked. "Which day will it be? In my opinion, why don't we do it today? If you have the guts, don't just argue with me here. Let the few perfected spirits of your sword world enter the evil fiend battlefield to let their actions do the talking." Lu Yun harumphed coldly and remained silent, not to mention that Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others were injured. Even if the 8 of them recovered, it was impossible for them to enter the evil fiend battlefield and take the risk. Furthermore, King Cold, I was clearly deliberately provoking everyone from the sword world. Lu Yun and the others naturally would not fall for it. King Cold, I did not hide his voice the entire time. The commotion here had already attracted the perfected spirits of many worlds to watch. Everyone gathered and discussed. What's going on? Why is the Heavenly Eye world on bad terms with the sword world? I heard that Heavenly Eye world destroyed the 7 stars sword world and killed billions of living beings. Later on, a group of people from the sword world bumped into them and saved thousands of cultivators from the 7 stars sword world. Thousands of people from the Heavenly Eye race even died, and the 2 worlds became enemies because of that. In the evil fiend battlefield yesterday, Xiang Meng led 9 Heavenly Eye perfected spirits and defeated Lin Xuanjin and the others of the sword world. Lin Xuanjin almost died. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, a king expert of the Heavenly Eye race burst into laughter. Everyone take a look. The perfected spirits of the sword world are all useless and cowardly. They're so frightened by our Heavenly Eye race that they don't even dare to enter the evil fiend battlefield. Another king of the Heavenly Eye race said, "In my opinion, you sword cultivators should scram back to the sword world and hide obediently. Don't come to the blessed heaven world, lest you embarrass yourselves." The discussions in the crowd intensified and laughter sounded from time to time. Everyone from the sword world felt their faces burning with anger when they heard that. However, everyone knew in their hearts that entering the evil fiend battlefield now was no different from committing suicide. Everyone could only endure this humiliation. Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the other number 1 experts of the various sword peaks lowered their heads one after another and clenched their fists in silence. Who said that no one in the sword world dares to enter the evil fiend battlefield? Right then, a woman's voice sounded from the crowd in the residence. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young woman walking out of the crowd. "Bai Ming Shui, stop fooling around." Lu Yin scolded with a frown. Afraid that no one from the sword world would accept the challenge, King Cold Eye's gaze landed on Bai Ming Shui, and he asked with interest, "Little girl, you dare to enter the evil fiend battlefield?" "I'm not talking about me." Bai Ming Shui shook her head. "I'm referring to my master." King Cold Eye raised his eyebrows and asked, "And who's your master? Come on and stand out for me to take a look." Bai Ming Shui said he's not here. He should have entered the evil fiend battlefield by now. What? Before King Cold I could react, Lu Yin, Yulan, and the others were shocked. Lu Yin and the others thought that Bai Ming Shui was joking and hurriedly released their spirit consciousnesses to search the surroundings. No one realized the severity of the matter until they discovered no traces of Su Zimo. Did Brother Su really head to the evil fiend battlefield? Lu Yin looked at Bai Ming Shui with a serious expression and asked in a deep voice, "When did he leave?" Bai Ming Shui thought for a moment. "He left right after saving Senior Sister Lin." "Oh no!" Lu Yin was anxious and angry as he shouted at Bai Ming Shui, "Are you stupid? Why didn't you stop him?" Now that Su Zimo was implicated, Lu Yin lost his composure as a peak master, and his tone was much heavier. How can I stop Master from going to the evil fiend battlefield? Bai Ming Xue was puzzled as well, and asked instead. Furthermore, in her heart, there was no need to stop her master. Lu Yin said, even if you couldn't stop him, you could have told us earlier and it wouldn't have been too late. But now... Yulan had a guilty expression and was filled with regret. It's our fault for not paying attention after we saw that Xuanjin had recovered. Feng Su sighed. It's mainly because no one expected Brother Su to be so rash as to run to the evil fiend battlefield himself. From outside the door, King Cold, I was naturally happy to see the worried expressions of Lu Yun and the others. To think that things would take a turn for the better. Someone had actually gone into the evil fiend battlefield to die. A heavenly eye race being whispered into King Cold Eye's ear. His eyes lit up as he suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a strange tone, "Oh my! I just heard that this sword cultivator Su of yours is also the peak master of the 9th sword peak? How impressive! He must definitely be extraordinary to be able to become a peak master." Chapter 2804. Chapter 2804 Risk? Chapter 2804 Risk. Everyone in the sword world could hear the mockery in King Cold Eye's words. Only Bai Ming Xue nodded and said, seriously, you're right. Master is indeed extraordinary. Those words naturally attracted even greater ridicule from the heavenly eye race. A series of laughter sounded from the surrounding crowd as well. I heard that the peak master of the 9th sword peak is only a perfected immortal at the celestial being realm. A celestial being perfected immortal dares to enter the evil fiend battlefield alone. He truly doesn't know his limits. Lu Yin and the others had ugly expressions. Su Zimo's identity was special. To the sword world, he was not only a perfected immortal. Even his title as the peak master of the 9th sword peak was merely his public identity. The sword world valued Su Zimo even more than Lin Xuanjin. If the few old fellows of the sword world knew that something had happened to Su Zimo, Lu Yun, and the others would definitely be unable to absolve themselves of the blame. Lu Yan's heart was filled with regret. He glanced at Bai Ming Xue and sighed. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have brought you and Brother Su here. Bai Tianqing grumbled. Brother Su is only at the celestial being realm. Why did he go to the evil fiend battlefield alone? Bai Ming Xue said, of course he did it to take revenge on those people from the heavenly eye race. Brother Su is too rash. Bai Tianqing was a little flustered as well. Bai Ming Xue looked at Lu Yin, Bai Tianqing, and the others with a strange expression. Now that Master has entered the evil fiend battlefield, the heavenly eye race should be the ones worrying. What are you guys being flustered for? Lu Yin, Yulan, and the others were so angry that they wanted to laugh. This disciple of his is really way too naive. Lu Yun sighed inwardly and shook his head. He was no longer in the mood to blame Bai Ming Xue. Yulan said, Brother Su can't be blamed for this. It was only because Xuanjin and the others were injured and nearly died that Brother Su decided to fight alone. At the mention of that, Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the others felt ashamed. Lin Xuanjin lowered her head in silence with a worried expression as well. Even if he wants to go to the evil fiend battlefield, he should have discussed it with us. Lu Yin said. Furthermore, he expended a lot of energy healing Xuanjin before entering the evil fiend battlefield without resting. Isn't that way too rash? Yulan said, Brother Su has the blessed heaven world badge on him. If he's alert enough, he should be able to escape unscathed when he sees that the situation is bad. Although that was the case, he was up against a supreme, perfected spirit after all. Furthermore, the latter had comprehended astral imprisonment. Even Lin Xuanjin almost died. If Xiang Meng wanted to hold back Su Zimo, it would be a dream to think that he could escape alive, let alone unscathed. Right then, Wang Dong seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned pale. He said with a trembling voice, "There isn't any battle merits on Peak Master Su's Blessed Heaven World Badge." What? Lu Yun, Yulan, and the others' hearts sank to rock bottom when they heard that. Su Zimo originally had 20 battle merits on his Blessed Heaven World Badge. Before he left, he transferred 10 of them to Lin Xuanjin. After that, he left the evil fiend battlefield and spent 10 battle merits. In other words, Su Zimo's Blessed Heaven World Badge had no battle merits at all. If he wanted to use the Blessed Heaven World Badge to leave the evil fiend battlefield, he had to obtain 10 battle merits. It was over. Even that last sliver of hope that he could escape was now gone. "Go!" Lu Yun could not stay any longer and said in a low voice, "Quick, let's go to the Blessed Heaven World Square together and see if we can get him out." Everyone from the Sword World moved hurriedly and sped towards the Blessed Pavilion. King Cold-Eye chuckled and said leisurely, "Brother Lu, don't be anxious. Wait for me. Let's go take a look together. Who knows, we might be able to witness the battle of a century." Everyone from the Heavenly Eye race chased after them. The living beings of the 10,000 races who were initially watching here would naturally not miss a chance to watch a show at the side of the Blessed Pavilion. As such, they followed behind in a flurry. Before long, everyone from the Sword World arrived at the entrance of the Blessed Pavilion. Lu Yin had already prepared himself for the worst outcome. Taking a deep breath, he entered the Blessed Pavilion first and turned right, heading straight for the Blessed Heaven World Square. Before long, everyone from the Sword World and Heavenly Eye World arrived in the Blessed Heaven World Square one after another. At that moment, the Blessed Heaven World Square was a little quiet and the atmosphere was strange. However, everyone from the Sword World was worried and did not notice anything unusual. When the perfected spirits in the square saw the Sword World and Heavenly Eye World charging in, they revealed strange expressions. Some were wary, some shocked, and some sympathetic. "Look, the people of the Sword World are here. The Heavenly Eye World is here as well. This is going to be interesting," everyone whispered. Lu Yin still had a sliver of hope as he searched around the Blessed Heaven World Square. Only after he did not find any traces of Su Zimo did he raise his voice and asked, "Fellow Taoists, may I ask which area of the evil fiend battlefield is the Peak Master of the 9th Sword Peak of the Sword World in?" "I'm here." Right then, the third gigantic screen split open and a figure walked out. He had black hair, green robes, and refined features. It was Su Zimo. Everyone from the Sword World was overjoyed when they saw that Su Zimo was fine. A huge rock in their hearts was finally lifted. The moment Su Zimo descended, everyone from the Sword World swarmed forward. "Brother Su, you're way too rash. Why didn't you tell us that you were entering the evil fiend battlefield?" "That's right, we were really scared to death just now. If anything happens to you, how are we going to explain ourselves when we return to the Sword World? We can understand that you want to take revenge for Xuanjin and the others and regain face for the Sword World. However, there's no need for you to take the risk yourself and face the Heavenly Eye World alone. That's right, it's fine if our Sword World suffers a little this time round. As long as you guys are fine, there's still a long way to go." The 4 Peak Masters complained the moment they arrived with a blaming tone. Although Su Zimo was fine, the few of them felt a lingering fear. Upon hearing the words of the Peak Masters of the Sword World, the living beings in the Blessed Heaven World Square were dumbfounded and confused. What nonsense were the Peak Masters of the Sword World spouting? Risking himself. Which part of him was at risk? That person entered the evil fiend battlefield and flew fearlessly in midair, leaving groups of evil fiends and sin spirits behind. In a few breaths, he killed Xiang Meng and the others. How did he look like he was taking a risk? Furthermore, how did the Sword World suffer a loss? Didn't they just have a few injured perfected immortals? The Heavenly Eye race was the one who truly suffered a major loss. Not only were their supreme, perfected spirit dead, they were completely wiped out. The four peak masters spoke one after another, and Suzimo did not have the chance to explain. However, the expressions of everyone from the Heavenly Eye race at the side darkened, gradually, feeling disappointed. The scene before them was completely different from what they had imagined. King Cold, I harumphed coldly. I thought that the peak master of the 9th sword peak of the sword world would be an impressive figure. So, he merely took a spin in the evil fiend battlefield before heading out. King Cold, I was not wrong. Indeed, Suzimo had not stayed in the evil fiend battlefield for long. After he killed Xiangmeng and the others, he cleaned up the battlefield and headed to the cave they were in previously for a quick look before heading out. King Cold, I glared at Suzimo, wanting to provoke him once more. He sneered, "If you have the guts, why didn't you dare to meet my clansmen of the Heavenly Eye race for a huge battle? Fufu, I guess that's all there is to a peak master of the sword world." In the opinion of King Cold Eye and the others, there was only one possibility for Suzimo to survive the evil fiend battlefield. He did not encounter Xiangmeng at all. Otherwise, Xiangmeng would not have let him leave alive. Chapter 2805. Chapter 2805. Meant to Kill. Chapter 2805. Meant to Kill. Swish, swish, swish. After King Cold Eye said that, countless gazes landed on his face in the blessed Heaven World Square. Dragon World, Parasol Tree World, Tomb World, Light World, Barbarian World, Golden Crow World, Giant World. The perfected spirits of the various worlds looked at King Cold Eye as though they were looking at an idiot. "You're referring to Xiangmeng and the others, right?" Suzimo said indifferently, "We met, but I guess we didn't really have a huge battle." Suzimo said it casually, but Lu Yun and the others were alarmed. He had actually met Xiangmeng and the others. It was truly fortunate that he could escape unscathed under such circumstances. "Oh!" King Cold, I did not believe it at all, and sneered. "You came back alive after encountering Xiangmeng? You're really spouting nonsense. Do you think I'll believe such a low-level lie?" Splash! Suzimo did not explain. He merely took out 10 blessed Heaven World badges that were still stained with blood from his storage bag and threw them casually in front of King Cold Eye and the others. Well, many Heavenly Eye race beings were shocked and their eyes widened in disbelief. King Cold Eye reached out and grabbed one of the blessed Heaven World badges. The name written on the front was Xiangmeng. As for the battle merits on the back, they were already empty. That was indeed Xiangmeng's blessed Heaven World badge, and there was no mistake about it. How was that possible? King Cold Eye raised his head abruptly and glared fixedly at Suzimo, asking coldly, "Tell me, why are the blessed Heaven World badges of Xiangmeng and the others with you?" Unless Xiangmeng and the others encountered a major calamity, it was impossible for the blessed Heaven World badges that were hung at all times to fall into the hands of others. However, King Cold Eye did not believe it. Xiangmeng was a supreme, perfected spirit. Who could kill him? Furthermore, he had the blessed Heaven World badge. Even if he encountered experts like the 10 great evil fiends in the evil fiend battlefield, he could use the blessed Heaven World badge to escape. How could they be completely wiped out? Lu Yun and the others looked at Suzimo beside them with bewildered expressions and puzzled hearts, not knowing what was going on. "I don't only have their badges, but these things as well." As Suzimo said that, he took out 10 round and bloodshot pearls from his storage bag and had them float above his palm. Some of the 10 pearls were perfectly preserved and some were filled with cracks, emitting different dermic Tao auras. Everyone present could clearly see that the 10 blood pearls were the most important item of the Heavenly Eye race, the Heavenly Eye. As for one of the Heavenly Eyes that was completely preserved, the dermic Tao aura it emitted was related to time and space. If he was not wrong, it was Xiangmeng's Heavenly Eye. Pissed, Everyone from the sword world gasped and looked at Su Zimo as though they had seen a ghost. Only Bai Ming Xue had a calm expression, as though she was not surprised. The moment King Cold Eye and the other Heavenly Eye race beings saw the 10 Heavenly Eyes, they shuddered as though they were struck by lightning. If it was just the 10 blessed Heaven World badges, there could still be a chance of survival for Xiang Meng and the others. However, those 10 Heavenly Eyes were enough to prove that Xiang Meng and the others were already dead. Su Zimo retracted his palm and put the 10 Heavenly Eyes back into his storage bag. He looked at King Cold Eye and the others and said indifferently, "I've returned those 10 blessed Heaven World badges. These 10 Heavenly Eyes are still useful, so I'll accept them." Those words were completely meant to kill. Lu Yin and the others were secretly delighted and suddenly felt proud. King Cold Eye had mocked and provoked them for a long time, but his words were not as lethal as Su Zimo's single reply. "You." King Cold Eye was so angry that he almost spat out blood. His eyes were bloodshot, and the Heavenly Eye erected on his glabella could not control itself, wanting to open and kill. However, before long, he felt a strong sense of danger. It was a warning from the rules of the blessed Heaven World. If he attacked here, he would be killed by the rules of the blessed Heaven World very quickly. King Cold Eye took in deep breaths continuously and tried his best to calm the anger and killing intent in his heart. He merely glared at Su Zimo, wishing he could tear the latter into pieces. When the living beings who had followed them from outside saw that, they were stunned on the spot with shocked expressions. Xiang Meng, the supreme perfected spirit on the battle merits Jade Steel and a top expert who had comprehended astral imprisonment, died in the evil fiend battlefield just like that. King Cold Eye turned his head slowly and his gaze landed on the battle merits Jade Steel not far away. Indeed, Xiang Meng's name had already disappeared from the battle merits Jade Steel. On the 36th row, Su Zhu's name was written. After killing Xiang Meng and the others, not only did Su Zimo take back the 1,000 battle merits of Lin Xuanjin's blessed Heaven World badge, the battle merits of Xiang Meng and the others were also taken by Su Zimo. In just one battle, he ascended to the battle merits Jade Steel. Under normal circumstances, it would take a relatively long time to accumulate battle merits by killing the evil fiends and Sin spirits continuously in the evil fiend battlefield. In fact, some supreme perfected spirits only managed to advance to the battle merits Jade Steel by entering the evil fiend battlefield dozens of times to accumulate battle merits over multiple occasions. One could kill supreme perfected spirits on the battle merits Jade Steel and take their battle merits for themselves to increase their rankings. Of course, this method of obtaining battle merits was faster, but it was unrealistic. After all, almost all those who could leave their names on the battle merits Jade Steel were supreme perfected spirits. Even if they could win against a supreme perfected spirit, it was difficult for them to kill one another. Furthermore, they had the blessed Heaven World badges with them. If they saw that the situation was bad, they could withdraw at any time. To think that many living beings in the blessed Heaven World Square today would be lucky enough to witness a new expert step on the corpses of supreme perfected spirits and charge his way into the battle merits Jade Steel. King Cold Eye was still unwilling to believe it. How was that possible? Xiang Meng was a supreme perfected spirit. How could the 10 of them die in the hands of a perfected immortal at the celestial being realm? That was absolutely impossible. Something must have happened in between. Could the 10 great evil fiends have appeared to surround Xiang Meng and the others? With that, Su Zhu took advantage of the situation. That speculation was full of flaws. However, it was easier for him to accept it than Xiang Meng and the others being killed by a celestial being perfected immortal. Even the people of the Sword World could not believe it, let alone King Cold Eye and the other Heavenly Eye race beings. Although Lu Yin, Yulan, and the other peak masters knew that Su Zimo had the Green Lotus body, they did not know that Su Zimo's combat strength could reach such a level? Could it be that he was only able to kill Xiangmeng and the others after releasing the Creation Green Lotus bloodline? Was the bloodline of the Creation Green Lotus so strong that it could allow him to cross 2 minor cultivation realms and kill a supreme, perfected spirit? However, from the looks of the other living beings, it seemed like he had not exposed the secret of the Green Lotus bloodline. So, what happened just now? If even the 4 peak masters were like that and were letting their imaginations run wild, Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, Gong Suinyu, Xin Yu, and the other number 1 perfected immortals of the various sword peaks felt even more conflicted. Could Peak Master Su Zhu really be so powerful? The 8 of them could not help but recall everything that happened in the evil fiend battlefield. Peak Master Su Zhu's senses were extremely sharp and was even above Lin Xuanjin's. He could sense the tracks of the Rakshasa ghosts a long time in advance. In fact, Peak Master Su Zhu accumulated 10 battle merits without them even noticing. He had even stopped Xin Yu's full-strength attack. It seemed as though Peak Master Su Zhu had revealed some clues to his strength in the evil fiend battlefield. However, the 8 of them had preconceived notions and had never truly paid attention to him,